our lives are not valued, we don't see why we should be your customers anymore.
Madam Speaker,
Order. There will now be a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we all be seated. Order, honorable members, can you please take your seats? Order.
Order, please.
The secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals, and of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Order. There is a hand raised by the DA Chief Whip, as well as the EFF, and is it ATM? And MK. Can we start with the DA? Let me hear your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 92 on a procedural matter. Madam Speaker, you would have received my letter this morning indicating that we are of the opinion that the report as it was published today, the final recommendation was not included and put before the committee last night as it appears in the ATC, and therefore it does fall foul of Section 8.4 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. I did receive your response. However, I wish to put on record that it is our opinion that this procedural matter is, that the matter is in procedural default. It must also be kept in mind that it's a matter of law, since the VAT increase will commence on the 1st of May 2025, and we would like to ask you to please send this report back to the committee on those procedural grounds, because if the House considers that report, despite the procedural defect, that this House would be complicit in considering what we believe to be an illegal report at this stage. Thank you.
Noted. Can I hear, I think it's Bossa. Was it Bossa or ATM? No, I've noted the other parties. I've noted you, EFF.
Thank you,
no,
Speaker.
you were the third. It's okay? Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to echo the sentiments from the Democratic Alliance regarding the issues that have been raised not only by them but also by MK and EFF on the flawed process that was followed to adopt the report that will be considered today. So based on that, our submission is that the committee must be requested to properly and legally follow the correct processes in terms of adopting that report, so that when it comes to the House, it comes to the House having gone through the proper legal channels. Thank you.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we wrote to you last night, and your response that you sent to us earlier today is deeply unsatisfactory. And Speaker, I want to put it to you that you missed the point completely, because you are quoting a rule that seeks to say that it was the workings of the committee. It is not. It's a legal requirement, Speaker. If you look at the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, Section 8, subsection... Speaker, my mic is going off. So Section 8, subsection 4 clearly says that there must be a clear statement of whether we accept or we amend the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. We are putting it to you that you were misled to believe that that happened in the committee, because it did not. In your response, you are saying that you got advised that that happened. I sit in that committee. We were there from morning until evening. That did not happen. And we are saying to you, it's a question of a legal requirement, not a procedure of a committee. And therefore, we appeal to you to suspend today's proceedings, send back the SCOF to go and do the right thing and comply with the law of this country in terms of that act. Otherwise, if you continue as Speaker, it will be procedurally unfair and unlawful. Therefore, we're asking you, please suspend today's proceedings. Let the Standing Committee on Finance go and agree, firstly, with a clear statement, as is stipulated in the Act, that it must be clear that it's either amending or accepting. The issue of the recommendations and the report, that's a separate issue altogether. Here we are dealing with an objection because of the illegality of the process that happened yesterday. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Noted. The MK.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we rise on the same issues that members are raising with a different angle. And the angle we are rising on for us on a procedural matter in terms of the monies bill is that in the monies bill that we're dealing with here today, the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, that act does not make provision for conditional acceptance. What we saw happening in the committee is a situation where one of the parties made a condition that they support the bill on condition that in 30 days this and that must happen. So we're saying, Speaker, that's procedurally flawed. There is nothing in that law that allows for conditional acceptance. So to bring a report here with a conditional acceptance is to bring a legally flawed report. Secondly, Speaker, in terms of the law, there is no latitude to reject the report. But if you go to the report, Chair, you go to the last line of the report, it has listed companies there that have rejected the report. That should have been the easiest of things to illustrate the illegality of this. It cannot be that you have a report that lists, on the last line, Speaker, have a look at that report. Even if you have to take a 10-minute adjournment, look at that report. You will find an unlawful line there that says this party, that party rejected. The law does not allow you to reject. So to have a report that talks about the rejection, we have a report that is unlawful. We're calling on you, Speaker, to do two things. One, to declare this sitting, to declare the processing of this report as an unlawful processing. And we're calling on your conscience, Speaker, to say you cannot lead an unlawful process. So we're calling on you to, and if you differ with that, Speaker, we're asking that you put this matter on the vote, and as you do, we allow us to vote individually if you differ with the fact of declaring this an unlawful processing of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I have noted all the hands that have been raised in respect of this matter. Honorable members, as we know, the passage of the fiscal framework and the budget are determined by the Money Bills and Related Matters Act of 2009. In the case of the fiscal framework, Section 8 of the Act prescribes that the Standing Committee must consider the fiscal framework within certain parameters. Moreover, in terms of its report, Section 8, subsection 4 of the Act states that, I quote, "The report must include a clear statement accepting or amending the fiscal framework," close quote. The dispute is whether, in the process of concluding the report, the question to accept the fiscal framework was duly considered by the committee. Honorable members, the Act does not determine the specific details of the decision-making process within the committee. The rules of the House do, however, provide some guidance. Assembly Rule 232 provides that the committee must perform the function and exercise the power specified in the Act, as well as those listed in Rule 227. The committee can also exercise the power specified in Rule 167, except insofar as any of these provisions are inconsistent with the provisions of the Act. Rule 167, subsection F, in turn adds that a committee may determine its own working arrangements. I am advised that the draft report was formally adopted in the Standing Committee. The report before the House states the following on page 35, which I think has been quoted by Honorable Manye. I quote, "Having considered the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposal, the Standing Committee on Finance accept the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposal," close quote. On the basis of the report and advice received, I'm not convinced that the committee contravened the law or the rules when finalizing its report. Consequently, there is no legal impediment preventing this House today to proceed with its business. Honorable members, order. I also want to state that I received letters, even though at different times, from the economic freedom fighters, which landed on our desk at 5 a.m. this morning, asking us to respond by 8 o'clock, but because we were to satisfy ourselves about these matters, we missed their deadline, but we responded equally. We also received subsequently the letter of the Democratic Alliance, which again we responded to it, and the letter from Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, which again we responded to them on the matters that again they've just raised in this House for all of you to appreciate it, including even what was my response to those parties. So this is my ruling that we proceed with the report today. Thank you. Honorable Manye, an honorable member of the EFF.
Chairperson, I know how the rules work in terms of if one is not happy with the ruling. The issue I want to raise, Chair, is a different one. That purely based on facts, you say you've been advised. I want to put it to you, Madam Speaker, that you were improperly advised. The meeting ended around 6 o'clock. We can show evidence that the report was distributed at 7:30 at night. So it cannot be, the two can't work together. You can't have a meeting finishing at 6 and have a report circulated at 7:30. Clearly the report was done after the meeting, and therefore the procedures were not followed. So to be advised that everything was done, you were misled, Speaker. You've taken a decision based on the wrong information. We ask you to adjourn the House for 10 minutes and get the facts right.
Honorable Manye, thank you very much. I've noted your concern, but you must also appreciate that when committees sit, you do have the staff of Parliament, all of whom were consulted in responding to your letters. Honorable member of the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's very painful that we have to repeat again and again the things we said in the committee. And even in the committee, we repeated many times, and the chairperson refused to follow what the law says. Now we come here, I'm going to read the act, what it says, Madam Speaker, because What you are quoting for is the procedure of the committee. But here is the act that guides what needs to happen once we've got the fiscal framework. Speaker, let me refer you to Section 8.
Honorable members, let's allow the member the privilege to quote the act which all of you have. You can
Please.
quote the section you want to quote.
Yes, Section 8, adopting the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. And it reads as follows. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces must refer the fiscal framework and revenue proposals to their respective committee on finance. The committees must conduct joint public hearings on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. The committees must, within 16 days of the tabling of the national budget, submit a report to the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces as the case requires on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. The report must include a clear statement accepting or amending the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. When amending the fiscal framework, a money bill, or taking any decisions in terms of this act, Parliament and its committees must ensure that there is an appropriate balance between revenue expenditure and borrowing. Speaker, there was never a time in the committee where the chairperson asked whether we are accepting the fiscal framework and revenue proposal or we are amending it. We are saying to you that did not happen. What happened is that we started with the report and the chairperson asked us to have input on the report and make recommendations on the report. Even at the end, it was never subjected to whether we are accepting the fiscal framework and revenue proposal. And therefore, what is going to be tabled here today is procedurally unfair. We can't continue with a document that is procedurally unfair. It did not follow the process as stipulated by the Money Bills Act. We're asking you, Speaker, once again, please suspend the proceedings of today. Let's follow the law. We obviously have South Africans who are waiting for these monies, but we will not vote on a report that is illegal, Madam Speaker. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Honorable Michalakis, followed by Honorable Zagude?
Thank you very much for the response, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Rule 167 still requires the committee to fulfill its functions within the ambit of the law and the determinations of the law. The fact of the matter is that the members of the committee yesterday frequently asked for updated versions of the report as they were going through it. And the fact is that the final version of the report as it appears in the ATC was never presented and voted on by those members as a final step. That is a procedural irregularity. I respect your right to make the determination and the ruling, but I do have to stress, Madam Speaker, that there is a serious procedural defect in this, and we do stand a risk as a House to be part of that procedural irregularity if this vote does not get postponed today. So I would like to ask you to please take Rule 167 into consideration, as well as the facts that we've put before you this afternoon, that the procedure was not followed according to the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zagude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to inform this House on a point of procedure that the Standing Committee on Finance followed all the processes according to the money bills. I didn't howl at you when you speak.
Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Order, honorable members. Can we allow
Point of order, Chair.
Honorables Tambo? Can we order? Honorable member, I will take your point of order, but I've given a member an opportunity.
This is a mistruth. She can't make a reflection of a committee she doesn't sit on. What is she reflecting on?
Honorable
She's
member.
reflecting on an ATC that is irregular, unlawful, adopted unprocedurally.
Honorable,
she's telling a...
Honorable member, I have raised with you that no, you allow a member to conclude a point. I will give you an opportunity to raise your point of order. We can't allow a process that is just going to be unfair. Honorable members, each member is equal. I have given a member a opportunity. And also, Honorable Tambo, other members have spoken here who don't sit in the committee, made their reflections. So it's not the first member. Other chief whips here, some of them don't sit in that committee, and they've spoken, they've made their reflections. So you can put your hand down, I will come to you. So can you please allow me to chair the session? Honorable Zagute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Like I was saying, the Portfolio Committee, according to the report that we got, followed all the processes according to the money bills and also the rules of Parliament. We were then informed in the Chief Whip's Forum this morning by the EFF and also the MK that the sitting today is illegal and they are going to court if this sitting is not postponed. So we indicated to them that as the ANC, we are going to the sitting, and those who feels that the sitting is illegal, they shouldn't attend, because by mere of their attendance in this house now, it means they agree with the processes and also they are legitimizing the sitting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. Order, honorable members. Honorable Tambo, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the first point of departure that we must state that although members of Parliament should all be allowed to make reflections and contributions in Parliament, it should be labelled and categorized as incorrect to reflect on the procedure of a meeting you did not attend, and base your reflection on a report that is currently being contested in the House. The reflection on procedural processes that happened in the committee being made by Honorable Jagute is based on a report that we are currently debating whether it's valid or not. So her submission is invalid. Second to that, because we are saying that we can take this report to court, we must correct you on the timeline of when we sent you the letter. We didn't send you a letter at 5 a.m. this morning. It was sent to your office last night after we received this irregular report that did not contain the amendments we as members of Parliament put into the report while we were in the committee. So the letter we sent to you was based on the fact that we received a final report that did not reflect recommendations and amendments that we stated in the committee, that had, in hindsight and in retrospect, a clause that accepts the fiscal framework of 2025 and revenue proposals, whereas we never deliberated on that in the committee. So please, let's refrain from reflecting on procedural occurrences in the committee when we were not there, and let us allow members of the committee who were there, who witnessed procedural errors. 3 political parties have raised that here today. Let's allow them to be the ones who guide those reflections and advise you. You were advised by people who manipulated a report. It's unlawful, it's illegal, and we must allow this House to conclude now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, honorable members. I do think I must reflect, as I've said earlier. Each letter I receive from a party, from a member of this House, I do read and consider it. I do get advice in terms of the rules, in terms of the procedure, before I satisfy myself and respond, which I did. And I've given a ruling on the basis of what I received from you and the advice I received. I do not see any reason why this House must not sit. And I do want to say, honorable members, anyway, all committee reports come to the House. It is the floor that will decide whether it accepts or rejects a report. And all of you, as you will be participating in the debate, you can decide that you reject this report, you do not accept it. And therefore, I will now proceed with the discussions. Honorable member, I am not suspending the House, nor am I giving a 10 minutes for consultation. Thank you very much. Honorable member of the EFF.
Speaker, thank you. I just need to correct this and put it on record that you did not receive the letter at 5 a.m. this morning. The letter was sent to your office at 11:46 last night. So your office is very much incompetent, and you can't say it was received. I've got proof here So South Africans must know that the EFF wrote a letter to the Speaker at 11:46 p.m.
You're wasting time.
Madam Speaker, and you only responded to us now at 12.
Thank you,
I told the
Honorable
Speaker-
Member.
The second point, Speaker, let me just finish. It's incorrect for you to
Order, order, honorable members.
It's incorrect, Madam Speaker, for you to say all committee reports comes here and gets voted for. We are dealing with the fiscal framework and revenue proposal, which is guided by the Money Bills Act. And the Money Bills Act is very clear and explicit to say in the committee, there must be an indication of whether you accept.
Honorable member, you have repeatedly raised that point. Order, honorable member, can you allow us?
Even after numerous.
Can you allow us to point other members? You have made your point, you have raised the same points, and I've listened and I've responded.
I agree, Speaker, but you
Exactly,
keep on
but-
saying the wrong things, and we
but-
must correct you.
Honorable member,
We must correct you.
honorable member, you know the rules of this house. When a speaker or a presiding officer has ruled, you have got other channels to raise your point. And I don't think we need to belabor that. Honorable member of the PA?
Speaker, you have given us ample time to debate here.
Let's proceed, Speaker. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Remember, order. Please allow a member to say their point.
Speaker, you've given us a chance to debate. We've heard our views. You have ruled. Now we're being asked of things of midnight. You are the security guard that was looking at your computer the whole night. Let us vote for the budget. The people are waiting. Let us vote.
Order, honorable members, I've closed this debate. I'm now allowing the chairperson of the committee to actually come and table the report. On a point of order, House Chair. On a point of order, House Chair. Speaker, on a different point. Speaker, on a point of order. Point of order, House Chair. Honorable members, I have closed the debate on the point of order, whether the issue must be debated or not. Honorable Speaker, on a different point. Honorable members, on a different point. I will take a different point when we've tabled the report. Honorable Manya, you can put your point down. On procedural matters, I've responded to you on this matter. And the item on the agenda is on the tabling of the report of the fiscal framework. And we must proceed. We have taken your points. We've heard that some of you have a problem with it, but I've responded and I've closed the matter. Speaker, I'm rising on a different point. Can I continue? No, honorable member. It's a sound. I want to raise the issue of the sound. Okay, the sound people have heard, they are going to correct the sound. No, we don't hear anything, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. Honorable member, people's sound will raise the honorable sound. Honorable member, the sound has been attended to. Honorable member, with the problem of the sound. Honorable Mkalipi, you have said you wanted to raise a point on the sound. The sound people must deal with the sound, but we must continue.
No, we can't hear.
What are you responding
We cannot
to?
hear.
You are responding to what?
The members that are dealing with the sound are going to address it. Honorable,
We can't hear, Speaker.
Honorable Manye, if it's the point about the report, I've ruled on that. So I don't think we're going to take another new point on that matter.
Fix the sound, Speaker. We don't hear anything.
You are hearing everything.
What is your point of order, Honorable Manye, which is not on this matter?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The only point I'm rising on is not to deal with anything that you've dealt with. It's just to correct for the record of this House that as the MK party, We only got acknowledgement of the letter, but we didn't get the response. I've seen other responses to other parties, but the response to MK has not arrived as we speak. There is no response on the issue that we've raised. That's why we put that on the record.
Honorable member, you can also check on your report or on your emails. The response was given to the MK party. What I did not do is to respond to you on WhatsApp, because you also sent your letter on the WhatsApp. I sent it on the official email. And to come back to the issue at hand, let's have the honorable member, the chairperson of the committee, to table the report.
On a point of order, House Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
What is the point of order, honorable member?
Speaker, the sound, we cannot hear a thing.
Yes.
We cannot hear anything.
We can't hear.
I'm not sure if you address the issue of sound.
Honorable Reddy, the issue of
we are
the sound
proceeding with a meeting
the
where
issue,
we cannot hear anybody.
you know, honorable members,
And your members across are making the biggest noise here.
it's very interesting because I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Very interesting.
We cannot hear you.
It's a very
Why are you
interesting
responding
take,
if you can't hear?
because I'm responding to you and you are responding to me. So, Honorable Hlangwini, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, House Chair. You know what, House Chair, what is quite embarrassing and what is quite sad, it's your desperation this afternoon. You can clearly hear that there are issues with the sound, and your reluctance to just give us a 10-minute break to sort out the sound issues. Because it's not only about me and you seated in this tent, it's about the millions of South Africans that are waiting on this house to make a decision. And to only make it about you, it's wrong. And to only make it about the ANC, yet again, we can hear you very well. Stop wanting to be a voting kettle. Stop addressing the issue of the sound. Let's take a 10-minute break. The sound and the echo, it's bad. And we can hear you very well on the videos that we are putting out there to our constituency. We are saying this is a people's parliament, so let us act as that and stop this rubber
Sound
stamping
is
that we are
perfect. We
planning to
can
do
hear
this
you.
afternoon.
Our people can hear you, Speaker. Continue.
Order, member, the member of the PA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I agree with all parties complaining about the sound. It is now and then a bit inaudible. But I've got two solutions. One, I've tested the headphones. It works perfectly, and it solves the problem with the sound. And secondly, if they are quiet, they will hear the sound better, Honorable Speaker, because we've got South Africa waiting on the budget, and we cannot waste the time of our citizens of this country by listening to frivolous things when we do have solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Nolunchungu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are going to vote at the end of the session. And I want to appeal to you that this is a matter that is very important, that you allow that each and every individual stands up and vote verbally. It is not something new. It is not something new.
Sit down, eh?
Honourable members, let's allow the member to raise their point.
She's abusing us.
No, honourable member, you've got no right. That's my right to determine whether what the member is saying is out of order or not.
Making a
Honourable member, can you finish your point?
Yes, it will not be the first time that we do that. Remember, on the issue of Phala Phala, we did the same. When Judge Stoppe, we voted verbally. So I'm appealing to you that we entertain that process for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable member of the MK party.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support, but we are saying it should be on a secret ballot. I'm supporting it should be on a secret ballot.
We're not in a PGM, yeah. We're not in a PGM.
Honorable member, order. I have a duty to ensure the smooth conduct of proceedings. Order, honorable members. I also have to ensure that the privileges of all members of the sittings are protected. Honorable members at the back, on the side of the EFF and side of the MK. You can converse, but you mustn't drown other members. I also want to indicate that all members have got the same privileges. And that is why I've listened carefully to each one of you and the interventions. We've done that. And therefore, honorable members, we must now proceed. I've heard the request by the EFF Chief Whip, and I just want to inform her that earlier on we had received a request from the Democratic Alliance requesting that there must be a voice recording of the vote when we come to voting. We've also received a request from the MK party. Now I am not sure whether you did consult together, because the first request we received from the MK party was that it must be a show of hands. So we will formally inform you when that time comes what process are we going to follow. But I just want to alert all parties that the three parties did make a request on the mode of voting that must be followed. Thank you very much. I'll now ask the chair to table the report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament. I want to indicate that the Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwan, tabled the 2025 national budget before Parliament on 12 March 2025 in terms of Section 27 of PFMA and Section 7.1 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and the Related Matters Act. The Minister, together with the Commissioner of South African
Honorable members, sorry, Honorable Chair.
Chair, we can't hear this illegal.
Can we please ask members?
We can't hear. It's even illegal and we can't even hear it.
Can we please ask members to use their earphones?
Chair, it's even worse when they put it on. We're not lying.
Honorable members.
When ANC, you'll already know to steal money.
Order.
That's why they forced this thing.
Honorable members, we are proceeding.
I'm pleading with you.
We cannot abuse our privileges.
No, you're abusing us, Speaker. You are abusing us by not providing us quality sound. Sound is 101. We're not even pretending.
Honorable
Speaker, listen to it yourself.
Chairperson of the committee, can you please proceed? Honorable members, I am not going to allow points of orders because really this is about abusing privileges that we have.
Speaker, it's not true. You are using us as a speaker and representing our constituencies. We cannot hear. Speaker, listen. It's horrible. Plus there's squeaky things here.
We can hear you.
Telling us how illegal this framework is. I don't even understand how you can't hear the squeak in this dome as well. This is the quality that you are giving us to listen to an illegal report, Speaker. It's not fair.
Honorable members, I've raised earlier on that while all of you have got privileges as members of the House, such privilege cannot be abused. You have raised the issue of the sound. We have asked the sound people to address it as you are continuing to make your points of orders. We have been assured that the sound both on the earphones and also in the dome. So those of you who may not hear from not using your earphone, I will really plead with you to use your earphone so that we proceed the debate. And I would really plead with members not to disrupt the House by actually coming up with all sorts of spurious points of orders. Honorable member, can you please raise your point of order so that we can proceed with the debate?
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, we don't want to disrupt the proceedings. I think that's the first point of departure. Speaker, you might downplay this issue of the sound, but it's not the first time. We've raised it before, and this is now the third time. The last session we had to adjourn for them to fix the sound. The other time it was the aircon. The other time it was something else. So we are saying to you, your house is collapsing, Speaker, under your watch, under the GNU. And that is why we are saying this is a very important sitting. If the whole of South Africa is watching the proceedings of Parliament, we might look like we are unreasonable by actually pointing out to you the things we've pointed out to you before. The sound is not good, and the people, our constituency, are WhatsApping us, are telling us that they can't hear the proceedings. So we are asking you, Madam Speaker, please, let's have 5 minutes break. Let the sound, the last time the sound people had to be fired. And that was confirmed by the Secretary of Parliament. After our request and after our complaint that the sound system is not proper, they were fired. So these new ones should have done the right thing and should know that they should have done the right thing. Because we are now back to the same issue, we are appealing to you, Speaker, adjourn the session for 5 minutes so that they can fix the sound. Our constitution, my mother is watching, but he can't hear what we're dealing with.
Order, honorable members.
This affects all
That's why you want to appear on TV.
Honorable member, that actually borders on abusing the process. And I really would plead with all of us. Let us respect ourselves, this House, and the people of South Africa. And I really think we should do so. I said honorable members have an opportunity to raise their points of debate in this House, and they've got an opportunity to even vote. If there is a need to do so at the end, you will determine that. And I don't think we need to belabor the point on this matter. Honorable member, with waving the paper, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've not gotten involved in the debate about the legality, but I'm telling you in all honesty, we can't hear over here. I've tried the headphones. It actually works. Speaker, I'm going to ask you if you can adjourn for 5 minutes to have the sound.
We can hear.
Speaker, I'm not being funny about it at all, but we lost 16 billion rand over the last few days because of this budget. We want the chair to deliver. I personally want to. If I can't hear him, Speaker, then we might as well all go home. Thank you.
Honorable members, I am proceeding. You can use your earphones. We really cannot belabor the points. Those members who feel very strongly that they are not hearing, they must use the earphone. But we cannot stop the debate today. Honorable members, I have stopped on this issue of the sound and we proceed. Chairperson, can you please table the report?
Speaker, I will spend some time to outline the procedure that has been followed by the committees in processing the report. The Minister, together with the Commissioner of SARS, briefed the Committee on Finance on the 14th of March 2025. On the 18th of March 2025, the Committees of Finance, both in the NCOP and NA, received the post-budget tabling input from the Parliamentary Budget Office and the Financial and Fiscal Commission. The committee issued adverts for public hearings on 4th March 2025 on website, social channels, and print media. The committees held the public hearings on 25th March 2025. We received 51 submissions, 29 written and 22 oral. National Treasury and SARS responded to the issues raised during the public hearings and engaged with the committees and stakeholders on the 28th of March 2025. On 31st March, the committee secretariat sent out the draft report and the agenda of the committee meetings to the members of the standing and the select committees, respectively. Yesterday, which was the 1st of March, the two committees, the standing and the select committees, had a meeting to consider and adopt the report. The meeting is conducted in terms of the rules as outlined in the rules book. Speaker, Section 8, subsection 1 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 2009 requires that the National Assembly and the NCOP refer the fiscal framework to their respective committees on finance. Section 8, subsection 3 requires that committees must, within 16 days after the tabling of the budget, report to the NA on the fiscal framework. And we are doing that today. The report that the House is considering today is a result of an extensive process. We welcome the budget as tabled by the Minister of Finance, as it will invest in strategic infrastructure. Over the next 3 years, 1 trillion will be allocated to public infrastructure, with major allocations to roads, which will be 402 billion, energy 219 billion, water and sanitation 156 billion. This budget will support job creation and maintain a growth-friendly fiscal policy that will underpin government policy over the medium term. It will stabilize the debt service costs, which consume 22% of every rand of revenue. Spending is highly redistributive, with the social wage making up 61% of total consolidated non-interest spending over 3 years. Having considered the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals, the Standing Committee on Finance adopted the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals, and this report was adopted with recommendations. Amongst the recommendations that the committee processed was the issue of VAT. And in this regard, I want to commend the Action SA for crafting the recommendation. The Minister of Finance should give the rationale as to why an increase in the VAT rate, and what will the government do to mitigate the impact of the increase in the VAT rate. The minister is given a reasonable time to assess the budget and see if he cannot find items which the government can cut to make up for the VAT. Speaker, today we are processing the budget of the country, which is an issue of national interest. Decisions made in the national budget influence the standard of living, the distribution of wealth, and the overall economic health of the country. Thus, citizens policymakers, members of parliament, and international actors closely scrutinize the national budget as it determines how a country handles its financial resources and addresses pressing national needs. Speaker, I want to indicate that in the meeting of yesterday, all parties who participate in that committee had an opportunity either to object or to agree with the report. Those parties that objected, their comments are contained in the report. And the meeting was conducted, as I've said before, in terms of the rules of parliament. There was no member who was intimidated in conducting that meeting. All members participated freely. At the end, the report of the committee was adopted. I want to indicate, Speaker, that I want to move that the report of the Standing Committee be adopted today. And as patriots, let's make sure that we vote for this report, not for party politics, but for the interest of the people of South Africa. Let's rise above party politics and care about the needs and the interests of the people of South Africa. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Allow me, Speaker, just to share two of many MK party.
Order, honourable members, can we allow the member on the platform to be heard?
Allow me to share two of many MK party takeaway lessons from this legally flawed fiscal framework and revenue proposal process. Number one, the process exposed National Treasury as a ministry that doesn't consider or take country public participation democracy serious. National Treasury was advised by both the FFC and the Parliament Budget Office not to increase VAT, as this will worsen the hard living conditions enjoyed by the poor masses of our people. This advice was ignored. This advice was further reiterated by MPs serving in the Finance Committee, except ANC MPs, who were obviously instructed to swallow the bitter pill, even if it worked against their party position on being a pro-poor party. Interestingly, at the tail end of the process, IFP supported a very weird and legally flawed recommendation on VAT increase initiated by Action SA, which seems to be finding it difficult to resist the devil-packed blue lights temptation. Speaker, as if that was not enough, National Treasury, through a public participation process facilitated by Joint Committee of Finance, received 51 submissions. Only 2 of these submissions supported VAT increases. The rest opposed the regressive revenue generation measure. Still, National Treasury refused to listen. The million-dollar question is, who is National Treasury serving and supposed to listen to? If the overwhelming majority voice of reason is ignored, who is National Treasury listening to? We hope this posture by National Treasury does not confirm our long-held view that South Africa is controlled by powerful men from Washington and London, pulling the strings in far-flung neoliberal colonies. Of course, with the active support of greedy and unpatriotic local politicians, 10 political managers of the moment. As MK Party, we hope that National Treasury posture does not substantiate our long-held view that National Treasury is a proxy of global capital whose sole objective is to enrich the few and subject the masses of the global population to extreme poverty, unemployment, and inequality through neoliberal policies. I must indicate, Minister, you were advised to consider reviewing tax incentives given to businesses without realization of desired outcomes, so as you can save millions for the fiscus. You were further advised to consider suspending government contribution to government employees' pension fund and generate much-needed injection to the fiscus. We advise you to consider wealth tax to tamper with the unacceptable wealth distribution disparity bedeviling our country. All these advices fell on deaf ear. Honorable Speaker, the list of alternative revenue sources is very long. Our country has the potential to finance its development agenda, provided its leaders stop worshipping white capital at the expense of its people. MK Party does not support this report. It is far from addressing the budget requirements and challenges of our beloved country. It is more a compliance exercise which failed to meet the statute provisions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Berker. Mrs. Pelly. Honorable Berker.
Madam Speaker, it's significant that this report was considered in yesterday's committee on the first day of April. A farcical day for a farcical process leading to a farcical report. Yet, it's a report that sadly is not an April Fool's joke. Madam Speaker, this House generates stacks of reports, agendas, and minutes of meetings which fill archives, servers, and libraries. Much of it meaningless, expensive, full of nothing documents that change very little for our people, a waste. But every now and then, Parliament has the ability to take regular A4 paper and give it remarkable power to change lives with laws, to table budgets, and because of the power in the Constitution and the Money Bills Act, gives Parliament the power to amend bad budgets. And yesterday we had the chance and almost the numbers to amend a bad budget. We could have fulfilled our constitutional duty to do so, to protect South Africans, to protect them from a budget that includes VAT increases, that doesn't move the needle enough for an efficient government that creates jobs and grows the economy. And that chance was spectacularly squandered. It was squandered by Action SA, the IFP, and the ANC, who voted on a version of a report which only came into existence hours after the meeting and the voting had concluded. Now, sure, supporters of this April Fool's Day farce are very quick to point out while they accepted the fiscal framework, they're making recommendations to relook at tax increases. Madam Speaker, the archives are full of reports with ignored recommendations. Why don't we ask the Auditor General how delinquent ANC local governments across the country respond to their recommendations year after year? Why don't we ask those who worked on the Zondo Commission what they think the effect of their recommendations has been? After all, the Zondo Commission detailed how the Honourable Joe Moswangani was complicit in state capture. Yet that honourable member is here with us today. He spoke just earlier. And he chaired the farcical, procedurally flawed meeting yesterday. Reports in the hands of ANC-led governments mean nothing. Let me be specific. Action SA took the votes it received from market-friendly and centre-right South Africans and sold them out
Honourable Member,
to support the framework for what?
Order, Honourable Becker. Can you take a seat? Honourable Member, what's the point of order?
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 85. The Honourable Member is casting aspersion on Honourable Maswanganyi. He says Honourable Maswanganyi is complicit in terms of the state capture. So if you want to do that, he must bring a substantive motion. Thanks, Speaker.
Honourable Member, I would listen to the Hansard and come back with the ruling. Honourable Makhlakis, what are you rising on now?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you consider the Hansard, will you also consider that the Honourable Member actually quoted the Zondo report, which was a fact? Thank you.
Honourable Member, I said I will look at the matter and come back to the House with the ruling. Can you proceed, Honourable Becker?
Madam Speaker, I've consulted the Hansard Dictionary on what casting aspersions means.
Honourable Member, can you please proceed with your speech?
None of what I've said was false or misleading. It's all very well documented. And for me to damage your reputation, you need to have one.
Honourable Member, on order, Honourable Member. I have said on the matter, because there was a point of order raised, I will come back to the House. So can you proceed with your speech on the report?
As I was saying, Madam Speaker, what did Action SA sell their voters out for? 5 minutes of media coverage? Promises of future cabinet positions?
Insults.
Certainly not to stop taxes, because those taxes and those increases are still very much baked into the fiscal framework. Action SA has said it's in Parliament to be a constructive opposition. Its only significant achievement so far is to support a report enabling an ANC anti-poor, anti-growth and anti-jobs VAT-based budget.
Go home. We hate the ANC when that's a man.
And so there are only two rational explanations for what they were thinking and what the IFP might have been thinking. Either they were the April Fools and they genuinely thought they were changing the budget with their flimsy, pointless recommendations, and they didn't come to the committee with even a basic understanding of the Money Bills Act. Or, alternatively, these parties knew exactly what they were doing and were trying to make South Africans the victims, selling us down the river for an ANC VAT-based budget. And either way, what the IFP and ASA did was treachery. The DA, on the other hand, is very clear about what we're doing, and we've been consistent, both in our intentions yesterday and through the course of the 7th administration. We joined this government to drive efficient spending, grow the economy and create jobs, not to enable the worst parts of the ANC. The ANC will have to turn to Action SA for that.
Kailija is poor.
We've been met with an ANC that's refused to upgrade the economy or to compromise. They don't want coalition partners. They want supplicants. Welcome, ASA.
Goodbye.
I will say one thing.
Order, honourable members.
I will say one thing about all the paper that Parliament generates, Madam Speaker. Even the reports and motions that achieve nothing do record our deeds or misdeeds. And what will they record now? Today, you, honourable members, have the same opportunity Action SA and the IFP had yesterday, and squandered either for cheap political points or as victims of the saddest April Fool's joke in parliamentary history. So your choice is as follows. 1, you can choose to vote for a report that keeps the fiscal framework as it is, that enshrines tax increases, enshrines bad economic policy, and supports the anti-poor, anti-growth and anti-jobs ANC budget. Or 2, you can support us in opposing this increase.
Support you.
As the DA, we will remain on course. We'll pursue an efficient government, growth and jobs, and vote firmly against this farce of a report. We reject it with the content it deserves.
We reject you.
It's not worth the paper it was printed on.
Angry about the blue lights, no?
Honorable Maude, yes. Honorable Van Rooyen, what's your point of order? Sorry, Honorable Reddy.
Madam Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 65. You know, while the previous speaker, it's not every day that we like to hear what the DA has to say, and today we wanted to hear, but members were actually speaking into the mic, switching on their mic, and as a result of that, we were unable to hear the speaker. Now, the sound, the acoustics is extremely bad on this side of the House. I'm really appealing to you, Speaker, to get some control here and inform members that they should not howl so much so that we cannot hear the speakers. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Reddy. That point I made myself for all of you in this House to actually be in order. Honorable Maude, take your podium.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, President and Commander-in-Chief, Honorable Julius Malema, officials, commissars, and fighters. The EFF does not support the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals as tabled by the Minister of Finance. Speaker, we wrote to you last night an urgent letter requesting the withdrawal of the report on the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals adopted by the Standing Committee on Finance yesterday, adopted during a very chaotic meeting and in a procedurally illegal manner. In our letter, we demonstrated that the committee failed to follow a very basic but essential legal requirement in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act of 2009, and requested that you withdraw this item from the order paper, but you chose not to do so. This is what will ultimately collapse the confused GNU government, not the present backroom dealings and backstabbing we are witnessing, but the failure to follow a simple legislative process. With all the confusion we witnessed in the committee yesterday, we are reminded of a giant of our struggle, Mama Winnie Nomzamo Madikizela Mandela, who passed away on this day 7 years ago. She once said, and I quote, "We have betrayed our people. Our struggle has been betrayed. The ANC has become something we never envisaged." And I end quote. This quote rings truer than ever before, as the ANC, now hiding behind the so-called GNU, continues to sell out the aspirations of our people. The less said about Action SA's misunderstanding of the legislation which guides the process and procedure to amend and approve the proposed budget as tabled by the minister, the better. We will take time outside the sitting and explain, perhaps in a more simpler manner, that the budget is not passed based on negotiations of good faith, but is a creature of statutes. But let's deal with the crux of the matter, the debate, and what has caused so much chaos with this budget. Speaker, allow us to take the educational approach, and then we'll make some of the proposals that should have found expression in amending the report. Firstly, the procedure to process the fiscal framework and revenue proposal tabled by the Finance Minister is guided by the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. Let me remind you, this is the very same legislation that, when it was introduced in the late 1990s, the ANC and the then Finance Minister Trevor Manuel did not want this law because they wanted all the powers in the hands of a government to pass a budget. But that is not what the Constitution says. Secondly, once the budget is tabled by the Finance Minister as a proposal, it is up to us as members of Parliament who have legislative responsibility to finalize the budget. We cannot send it back to the Finance Minister. It becomes our baby, and we must see it through to the end. Number 3, like we said in our letter to you, Speaker,
This report was adopted unprocedural because despite our advice in the committee, the ANC refused to hear the advice and follow simple procedure. They could not allow for this to happen because they wanted to hoodwink Action SA into adopting a report they seem not to understand in its implications. And for that, we don't blame them because they simply didn't know. Lastly, Speaker, all other money bills, this includes the appropriation bill, division of revenue bills, and all other bills, including ultimately VAT, must be consistent with this fiscal framework and revenue proposal. You cannot vote for a VAT increase today and hope that when it comes in the form of a separate bill, it is different. It will be inconsistent with the law and this fiscal framework. President, we're making simple proposals as the EFF. We're saying we reject the finance minister's proposal of VAT and we say it must be kept at 14%. We're saying let's adjust the personal income tax bracket in line with inflation so that when middle and low income earners receive annual adjustments on their wages, they are not pushed into higher brackets. We're saying let's increase corporate income tax and introduce new forms of wealth tax that target apartheid inheritance. We made a proposal for an amendment to increase funding for SARS so that they can go and collect 800 billion rands that is there uncollected. We made a proposal that let's give the Parliamentary Budget Office, together with the FFC, the mandate to recalibrate the budget, allocate additional money for the appointment of doctors, of nurses, of teachers, police officers, and more general workers in municipalities. We made all these concrete, practical, and implementable proposals in the meeting, but there was never a procedural and legal way to put this before a decision of the committee. Instead, Speaker, they were just ignored. Now, this is what is going to happen. If you vote for this fiscal framework and revenue proposal today against the advice, we're going to challenge you in court for failing to follow the law that is clear and basic. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. You can allow.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The Inkatha Freedom Party acknowledges the presentation of the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals. The IFP notes that the macroeconomic projections underpinning the fiscal framework, particularly the estimated GDP growth rate and inflation forecast, while the government's revenue projections are optimistic, we urge a more cautious approach considering global economic uncertainties and domestic structural challenges such as high unemployment, energy insecurity, and policy inefficiencies. We support efficient government spending but remain concerned about continued wasteful and irregular expenditure. We call for a strengthened oversight mechanism to curb corruption and mismanagement, realignment of expenditure priorities to ensure increased investment in healthcare, education, and job creation initiatives, and greater fiscal support for small and medium enterprises as engines of economic growth and employment. The revenue proposals include adjustments in taxation and the introduction of new levies. We raise the following concerns: that any increase in taxation should be carefully assessed to avoid discouraging investment and burdening households. We welcome the government's expansion of the zero-rated goods list to protect vulnerable communities, while we support measures to curb harmful consumption, tobacco and alcohol excise duties. We caution against excessive increase that may fuel illicit trade and job losses in affected industries. We acknowledge the importance of debt sustainability and therefore call for a pragmatic approach to deficit reduction. Instead of austerity measures that disproportionately impact service delivery, we advocate for targeted expenditure cuts in non-essential government spending, enhanced revenue collection through improved tax compliance and efficiency in tax administration, and encouraging private sector partnerships to lighten
fiscal pressures while stimulating investment. Fiscal policies must be assessed in terms of their impact on poverty reduction, employment and economic growth. We emphasize the need for increased public investment in infrastructure to create jobs and improve service delivery, expanded support for agricultural development to enhance food security and rural economies, and greater allocation towards youth employment programs and skills development to equip South Africans for future industries. Furthermore, we stress the importance of a transparent and accountable fiscal process to ensure that the fiscal framework achieves intended outcomes. Honorable Speaker, in consideration of the issues we have raised as the IFP, we support the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals, as well as the committee report. And in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I wish to caution the DA that if the DA think that their views are a master plan for all of us, they must wake up and think again. We are here to represent our constituency. We are here to represent the people of South Africa. We are not here to take mandate from the Democratic Alliance.
Order,
Honorable Speaker, lastly, if the MK party is really true and honest in that they are representing the people of South Africa, they must ask their leader why he loaned 2.4 billion to Swaziland when he was president of South Africa, instead of taking that money and give it to the people of South Africa. I thank you.
The Minister of Sports, Art and Culture.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Minister, please take your seat. There is a point of order. Could I just get an indication of where the point of order is? Honourable Dartmoor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My point of order relates to the fact that when the honourable member from the IFP started speaking and addressing some comments about the MKP that we could not hear, and we request that he be given an opportunity to repeat what he said about the MKP.
No, we agree.
Honourable Member, your point of order is not sustained. We will proceed. Honourable Minister, Honourable Member, yes, please, your point of order.
Chair, Deputy Speaker, can you ask the member who just spoke now, under which rule is he talking about here?
Honourable Member, I did not sustain the point, so we proceed. Honourable Minister, please proceed. Honourable Minister.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Could I just have an indication of who has now activated his or her mic?
Yes, it's me on the side.
Yes, Honourable Member there at the back.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like you to rule on this matter. The Speaker, when he started mentioning the issue of the MK, was drowned. As a result, as members of Parliament, we did not hear. Please rule in it and give him the space to re-articulate what he was saying about MK, because we did not hear, was being drowned against the rule that guides this House.
Honourable Member, I also order. Honourable Member, I also refer you to the rule that once a Speaker has ruled that you do not raise a point of order on that point, and I have not sustained that point of order, so therefore we proceed. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We cannot be judged for sound issues that we've been raising for quite a number of times. And the member must understand that MKP are not sound engineers, while MPs hoping that Parliament will be not engineers of making the environment more inclusive for us to do our work.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order.
We are not sound engineers.
They are very far from being engineers anyway.
Honourable Members, do not switch on your microphones if you have not been recognised. I see there's a problem there in front, Honourable Member.
Very far from that. They
but
can't
please,
be
can we now proceed? I have ruled on the matter, and the Honourable Minister may now proceed.
Speaker, we are fighting here today with our GNU partner, the DA. Now it's important that I must give context and history of the fight. The finance minister approached us and he said, we are looking at a 2% VAT. We immediately said, that's too much. We were negotiating, we were fighting, we were debating. We ended up on 0.5 percentage points. I can't have it my way or the highway. So on the basis that the African National Congress a deployee in the finance minister was willing to move from 2% to 0.5%. It is the reason why today I'm a proud member of the GNU.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat.
So,
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Manye, on what point do you rise?
Thank you, Speaker. The honourable member is misleading the House. There was never a 2%. It's always been a 2 percentage point. The member must mislead the House.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I am now dealing with Honourable Manye's point. Honourable Minister, I have not yet called you to the podium. Honourable Manye, that is a matter of debate. So the Minister may proceed. I see the Honourable Pambu at the back. Yes, Honourable Pambu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think at some point we must have an interaction with the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture that he never addresses the matters on the table in the Parliament of South Africa. He's constantly speaking about peripheral matters. Today he's not debating the finance budget. He's speaking about something else. And I think it's a disservice to the people of South Africa. All he knows to do is to he knows to do is to praise those who have deployed him. At some point, there must be a reining in on the Minister of Sport and Culture that he doesn't make valuable contributions in Parliament. We have to have that conversation. He doesn't make valuable contributions to debate in this Parliament. He goes there and he speaks about peripheral issues because he's got no value to add. It's unacceptable. It's been continuing for a while now. We can't accept it as members of Parliament. Can you debate the matters on the table and stop telling us about his role in the GNU and his appreciation? We're tired. We know he's thankful. We're tired of that. Please.
Honourable Pambu, that is a matter of your opinion and a matter for debate. The Minister may include in his speech whatever he wants to include. We cannot dictate. So, Honourable Manye, is it on the same point on which I have just ruled? Honourable Manye.
Chair, I'm raising on the point of saying a matter is a debate when it's a factual issue. If you were to look into
No, but there is no such a point, man. There's
if
no
you were
such
to
a
look
point.
into the budget, Honorable Deputy Speaker, there's no such a thing as a 2%. It's a 2 percentage points. It's fundamentally different. It's not a debate matter. It's a factual.
Honourable Mani, in terms of the rules,
Yalla,
I
Bantu
have
Mani.
now
Yalla, Bantu.
ruled, and the Honourable Minister will now proceed. Honourable Minister, my apologies. Your member there at the back also wishes to raise a point. Yes, please go ahead, Honourable Daniels.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Your member is on the floor. Honourable Minister, your member is on the floor. Yes, member, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We must be sitting in different meetings because the Honorable Minister is raising points on the VAT item. Talking about the 2%, Honorable Chairperson, Speaker, is a matter that was initially
member,
tabled.
I have ruled on the matter.
Yeah, but they mustn't say we're not talking about VAT.
Honourable
when in
member,
fact digits are being mentioned, which refers to VAT.
I have ruled on the matter, and please, members, take note. Once I have ruled on a matter, that is the end of that particular point of order, and we don't entertain it any further. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
So, Honorable Speaker, it was on that basis that I wanted to explain why is it that I support what we are discussing here today. Unashamedly. But you see, this parliament, since I joined this parliament, the name of the poor, it's been used by every Tom, Dick and Zabulani. Everyone, the poor, the poor. The DA wanted to treat the VAT issue with Bella. Where was the poor in that transaction? Yesterday, a lady called Bronwyn Williams, her son was shot dead yesterday in Westbury. In Westbury. That lady is sick. After forensics took her son, they said to her, follow us. She said, no, I must go and vote first, because voting is the only way to silence the guns in my area. So if you wonder why Mackenzie is voting here, because this budget contains hope and plans that there will be more policing, there will be more jobs for the people. Lastly, you see, Des van Rooyen, Honorable Des van Rooyen come here, and he says, we love blue lights. When President Zuma appointed him for a weekend, he didn't say no to the blue lights.
Honourable Minister, there is a point of Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, please take your seats. Honourable Skosana, your point of order.
Deputy Speaker.
Order, members. Please proceed, Honourable Skosana.
Deputy Speaker, President Zuma is not in the house here. So it's irrelevant. What he's talking about is irrelevant. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, please proceed. Honourable Minister, my apologies. Please take your seat. Member from the EFF, what is your point of order?
Speaker, and this is on relevance. You know, we were having a very sophisticated debate on money bills, on fiscal framework. The minister has totally degenerated the debate on budget. The guy simply has no clue what the money bills is about, what the fiscal framework is about. He's speaking here like he's talking some numbers there in prison, talking about budget and all of this.
Can you ask the minister, does he know what the fiscal framework says? Or is he going to continue degenerating the standard of the debate in this parliament about the budget? We can't stand for this mediocrity, we cannot.
Honourable Member, I have already ruled on the same point raised by the Honourable Pambu, and that is my ruling. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you will be interrupted again. Please take your seat. Member from the MK, what is your point of order?
I just wish to check if the 3 minutes is not yet depleted of the minister there is wasting our time.
Honourable Member, that is for the presiding officer to indicate that time has been concluded. Thank you. Honourable Member, MK.
Deputy Speaker, I just want to check with the minister the allegation that there's the child missing, and then is the one that is suspected. I want to check with the minister, is he aware of that he is supposed to be arrested for that?
Honourable Member, that is out of order. Minister, please proceed.
You know, Speaker, I'm sitting there being very proud of myself because I am containing myself. I'm being given economic lessons by people that have never given nobody a job, never opened a business, while I've given thousands of people a job. I've opened plenty of businesses. In conclusion, Speaker, I just want to conclude by saying 5 minutes before this hearing, I was the one running around saying to people, we can't lose the DA. We must convince the DA to remain. I'm standing here today to say, Abahambe. Thank you. Abahambe.
Honourable members, order. Honourable vessels, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We disagree on a lot of matters in this House, in this Parliament.
Honourable members, order.
But I do believe that we all agree that South Africa is in financial trouble. I do believe that we can all agree that we are in economic trouble, that there's not sufficient economic growth, that there's an unemployment crisis, and that the majority of South Africans are poor. I do believe that we disagree on the causes hereof. But whilst we disagree because of different ideologies and different policies, I do believe we can agree that the people out there, the ordinary South Africans, the majority of South Africans are suffering. I do believe, and I'm convinced, that we can all agree, and we do all agree, and that there's a broad consensus in this Parliament that a VAT increase is not desirable. I do believe that. And that is why I also believe that accepting this fiscal framework, which still provides for and are based on a VAT increase, won't be acceptable for the Freedom Front Plus. The fact of the matter is that we could have amended this fiscal framework and made it better. For too long, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Parliament has functioned as a rubber stamp when it comes to budget. And that is why it is in the past accepted that what is tabled were just passed and implemented. Times are a-changing. We have to accept that. And that is why we can and do have the power to amend the fiscal framework, to make it better,
and to what we are all convinced of, what we all agree with, that we should not overburden the already overtaxed South Africans even more, that we should change the fiscal framework and the budget as such. South Africans are overtaxed and underwhelmed, or underserviced, if you want. Job creation is not taking place. The economy is not growing. Poverty is increasing. And service delivery is lacking. Increasing tax in any form will not, at the end of the day, stimulate economic growth. It will lead to less economic activity. It will increase cost of living. It will lead to less disposable income, less job creation, less investment opportunities, and more poverty, which will lead to less tax revenue. And the projected tax revenue won't realize because of that economic reality. We have to note that a tax revolt is imminent in South Africa. And it's understandable because people are poor and getting poorer. We have to take that into account, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Government expenditure is not cost effective. A lot of money is being wasted. We have to address that. But we should leave the politicking and the political opportunism and rather focus on making this budget better and building a better economy so that we create wealth for all South Africans. I thank you.
The Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Speaker, let me remind us all why we are here this afternoon, and that's because we have a budget impasse and that the GNU has not been able to thread that budget needle, having been in government together for 9 months. And the main protagonist in this conflict is the very party that were clapping like seals this time a year ago when the minister tabled his budget. But now they are moaning like a drain. From the outset, Action SA has fiercely opposed any increase in VAT and the personal income tax bracket creep. We remain unwavering in our commitment shielding ordinary South Africans from unjust and unnecessary tax hikes. At the first aborted effort to table a budget, I said that the government must cut the fat and leave the VAT. Action SA chose to recommend changes to the fiscal framework rather than amend it outright because an amendment would have required the Minister of Finance to redo the entire budget process. This would have caused more delays. Let me remind you what the delays are. 19th of February, aborted budget. 21 days later, 12th of March, presentation of a budget. 21 days later, we are here today and we have an impasse. All that while, the value of our rand has gone down the drain. The rand to dollar value has decreased by 1.1%. Rand to pound, 1.2%. Rand to euro, 1.1%. That's making South Africans much poorer than a proposed increase in VAT that we object to. Instead, our approach allows for the necessary time to table alternative revenue proposals and, most importantly, to gazette a postponement of the VAT increase without triggering a full budget revision. Action SA led the charge in the Standing Committee on Finance to protect South Africans from increases in VAT. We made this recommendation to prevent a VAT increase, to prevent inflation or to ensure inflation adjustments for personal income tax and prevent income tax stealth bracket creep. Instead, the committee now will have 30 days to develop alternative proposals to raise 19 billion rand in personal income tax and 13 billion rand to make up the shortfall that is required to balance this budget. This approach ensures that the government explores reasonable and responsible revenue solutions without burdening the ordinary South Africans with unfair tax hikes. Action SA's constructive, responsible alternative keeps the fiscal framework intact while preventing more fiscal instability and procedural deadlock. SARS has proven today that they are the master revenue collectors. They collected 1.855 billion rand of revenue in the last financial year. 8.8 billion rand more than they projected, 114 billion rand more than the year before. There is the solution. The solution lies with SARS doing its job and this House empowering SARS to do its job, not by taxing poor South Africans, not by exposing South Africans to bracket creep. We now have a month to fix that, and I hope that this House will put South Africans first and put their parochial priorities in their pockets. Thank you.
The Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ACDP appreciates that this is a very complicated and complex matter. However, let us make it very clear that we have some serious concerns with the report, and we are concerned from a legal perspective as to the process that was followed. Surely, a senior counsel opinion should have been obtained, given the fact that in all likelihood this matter will end up in the courts. If one also considers that the fiscal framework is premised on economic growth of 1.9%, last year's growth was a dismal 0.6%, 0.5% lower than Treasury's own projection. How realistic then is a 1.9% projection? Even the committee agrees that Treasury's growth projection is too optimistic, yet we accept this fiscal framework. It must improve the accuracy of its forecasts. And even on this dubious forecast, gross loan debt is set to reach a staggering 6 trillion rand, or 76.2% of GDP. Debt service costs 4.9 billion rand, or 22 cents of every rand of revenue. This is clearly unsustainable. So, the ACDP is very clear, as most parties are here, that we do not accept the VAT increase. Yesterday, whilst the committee was sitting, SARS announced that they had collected an extra 8.8 billion rand. Surely, the additional balance, which is about 4 billion rand, could have been collected and will be collected without raising the VAT. We also do not support the fact that personal tax brackets were not increased for the so-called bracket creep. And we seriously question from a legal perspective whether these two aspects have in fact been scrapped as has been alleged. We firmly believe that South Africans are cash-strapped, and already according to the Laffer curve shows that additional taxes will have diminishing returns. The ACDP believes that a pro-growth budget, which cuts unnecessary spending and wastage, is what is required. Underperforming and unnecessary programs must be discontinued. Lastly, we believe that closing the tax gap, which is estimated by SARS at 800 billion rand, by only 10%, would result in additional 80 billion rand for state coffers. We as the ACDP cannot support the report. We believe that those VAT changes and those other changes could have been implemented using the legislation that the committee has to its disposal. I thank you.
The Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's easy to say, asifuni VAT increase, asifuni corporate income tax increase, but then what do we want? What are the alternatives? When you're dealing with finance, it's about balancing the books. So it's great that there's an opportunity for further engagement on the revenue proposals that were made by the minister. However, that process here, it is great. I don't take mandate from anyone except the UDM. It's great because it provides us an opportunity once again to reflect on the various scenarios and the options that might be tabled at that particular forum. Why? simply because there are trade-offs in economics. There's also the transmission mechanism. So if you take one from here, it has an impact on the other sector of the economy, and it's easy to say no tax increase, but where are we going to get the alternative sources of revenue from? Because they are not on their own going to entail tax, whether it's indirect or direct. I mean, it's a no-brainer, it's simple economics. The second issue is we are only delaying the inevitable. At some point, we have to make this decision, and a difficult decision, to plug the revenue shortfall. So I hope this exercise is not intended to kick the can down the road, if you like, but that we are going to engage in intensive and extensive engagements about how best to find solutions for our country. And that is what is critical in essence. And it's not going to help us to try and seek refuge in our ideological enclaves and narrow partisan interests. It's not going to help South Africa to do that. And secondly, I think what is even more important, it's great to talk about the debt to GDP ratio. It's great to talk about growth forecasts which are unrealistic or unreasonable. That's true. But at some point, we have to grow the economy so that we can reduce the debt to GDP ratio as a ratio of the economy. Now, it means we need to try and manage all the economic fundamentals and the economic indicators simultaneously. They are not mutually exclusive. They have to be done concurrently because management of the economy is like that. But I think we should learn a lesson from what is happening right now. That consultation should have started way back when the budget cycle started last year, so that we're able to reach the compromises which we are likely to reach if we deal with this matter in a very matured way going forward. But as the UDM, we need money to bring our soldiers back from the DRC. We need money to be able to pay the SRD grant. We need the money to be able to pay social welfare budget. All of those are required. When I go to my constituency, I am not asked about Bella and whatnot. I'm asked about social grants, and we support this thing. In the process, we sort ourselves out after that. Thank you.
The Honourable Zibi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are here today because the can has been kicked down the road too many times in the past, especially since February 19. We are here because trillions of rand borrowed by our government since 2013 have gone to waste. If we borrow more, it will be irresponsible. Today, we face a situation where the country pays interest of 8.5 billion rand per week on our debt at between 9% and 10%. Taking on any more debt will be a burden on future generations. We must make our choices within the money that is available. But the biggest problem we have is the composition of our expenditure. We spend too much on salaries, too much paying for debt, and too little on investment into the economy. The Department of Health only spends 5% of its budget on capital expenditure. The Department of Education only 4%. That means we are asking fellow South Africans to wait longer for services they deserve. South Africans have been bled dry. They cannot afford any more taxes. They are angry because on a daily basis they see people who steal and waste government money walking around without being arrested. Just last week we were in Buffalo City on oversight. 57 million rand has been spent on a swimming pool so far, but it is still not working. Instead, it must be dug up and built again at a cost to taxpayers. In the OR Tambo district where I come from, we see the same patterns. South Africans still waiting for clean running water, even though there are taps installed. We saw a dam project on which hundreds of millions have been spent, but there is still no dam and no water. We found the same pattern of mismanagement, with suppliers being paid for work that till today has not produced the desired result. The painful thing is that the people of South Africa have no choice but to put more money into the projects, because we cannot tolerate that there are South Africans who have no access to clean water. It is a painful insult to us South Africans to pay twice, 3 or 4 times what they should have paid less for. Honorable Deputy President, surely, we can work together to find between 20 billion and 30 billion minimum in savings in the medium term, surely. But that means we must work together between now and October to start producing results from next year. South Africans cannot afford to bleed any more money. They don't have it. If we take the experience seriously, then we must use the next 30 days to find alternatives to VAT and personal income tax increases. We will certainly make detailed submissions in the respect so that we can finalize this budget. Therefore, we will vote for the adoption of this report.
The Honourable Maimane.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's common cause. Today we're not being asked to make an easy decision. We're being asked to make a responsible and a decision that serves the people of this country, not court processes, not political processes, but the people's processes. And therefore, fellow South Africans, it's not a choice between good or bad. It's a choice between worse or much worse. Delaying today will have the economic impact that we are beginning to see. Therefore, as BOSA, I come here today to say we are here to ensure the passing of this fiscal framework so that we can deal with the issues that sit within this budget. I've said it and I will say it again. This is not a good budget. Otherwise, all of us would accept it easily. But Parliament has the duty to amend it. That is a punishment on people for state capture. Therefore, let's use the next while to find alternative revenue mechanisms. And part of those revenue mechanisms, honorable members, pertain to saying, can we declare gambling as a sin tax so that we can raise the appropriate revenue through that whole process? Our budget suffers because it tells the people we have 1.8% growth. We need more growth, not less. And it's a fictitious number. So I'm here to make some proposals. Minister of Finance, as you know, I've engaged you on this issue. I think we can support transformation, but let's ensure that the 20 billion rands allocated to the NEF can be staggered over the medium term, because if we do that, we can find the reduction in expenditure to ameliorate the VAT needs that we are putting on the table. Secondly, I think we need to strike a deal with one of our trading partners, which is the USA, so that we can increase the growth capital formation in this country. Thirdly, let us fund not only SARS, but let's fund the NPA and SIU so that those who stole the money can end up in jail and we can solve the revenue question. Lastly, let us fix municipalities. That's why, as the Appropriations Committee, our support as BOSA says we will be going to the Appropriations Committee to deal with the expenditure issues and to amend the budget that has been put before us. I say, honorable members, it's not a blank check. If we don't do these amendments in the next 30 days, we cannot support the appropriations bill, we cannot support the division of revenue. Our job is to find growth mechanisms so that we deal with this budget. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Marawu.
Agriculture.
Even he's standing because he's going to get machine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The African Transformation Movement rejects 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ATM unequivocally stands against any tax increases. Raising taxes in the current economic climate will place an additional burden on already struggling households and businesses. South Africans are grappling with high unemployment, rising living costs, and economic stagnation. Increasing taxes will only stifle economic growth, discourage investment, and further push vulnerable communities into financial distress. Instead of extracting more from taxpayers, the government must focus on an efficient revenue collections, cutting wasteful expenditure, and eliminating corruption to maximize existing resources. Focusing on the business of the day, a budget that prioritizes the needs of the many over the privileges of the few must be our guiding principles. The continued allocation of over 30 billion in medical aid tax credits disproportionately benefits the middle class, while our public health care systems remains underfunded. It does not make sense to subsidize private healthcare while provinces are forced to implement hiring freezes, compromising service delivery in our hospitals and clinics. This is an injustice that we cannot ignore. These funds should be redirected to strengthening our public healthcare infrastructure, ensuring that all South Africans, regardless of income, have access to quality healthcare. Honorable members, we are deeply concerned about the increasing push for public-private partnership at the local government level, often without transparency on their financial implications. Initiatives like Operation Vulindlela are being promoted with little evidence, modeling, or clear results on their long-term impacts. PPPs often obscure debt obligations and expose critical services such as water and electricity to cost escalation that makes our people more vulnerable, and they are unaffordable for our people. If we are to pursue such partnerships, there must be full disclosure and public scrutiny to prevent unintended consequences that disproportionately affect the poor. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we stand at a crossroads. South Africa's fiscal framework must be one that serves its people equitably. We cannot continue with policies that entrench inequality while millions struggle to access basic services. The ATM calls for a budget that prioritizes
your time has expired.
Expenditure. We do not adopt the report. Thank you.
The Honourable Makubela.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, the Fiscal Framework and Revenue Proposal report tabled before us considers a budget that continues to advance the transformation of the country through a redistributive measure. The Fiscal Framework of the 2025 priorities prioritizes the expansion of government spending with a net increase of non-interest expenditure of 142 billion. This increases our social wage and cushions the poor through a safety net and strengthens the provision of critical social services. The budget further prioritizes key capital investments to strengthen network industries and expand infrastructure development to contribute to economic growth and job creation. The ANC has always advanced a progressive taxation system which taxes the rich and the middle strata to support the poor and the marginalized. In the local sphere of government, most of the rates and taxes are collected from urban areas to support our rural areas and townships. This is a character of a progressive tax system. True to its commitment to the people of South Africa, the ANC has shaped our fiscal policy to prioritize the social wage, which currently stands at 61% of the budget. The social wage is about the poor and the marginalized. In the main, it expands access to education, health, shelter for the poor, and it provides a safety net through a comprehensive social security system, which is one of the largest grant systems in Africa and in the continent. On revenue proposals, the ANC welcomes the internal processes of the National Executive, which resulted to a decline in the VAT from the first 2% proposed to the 0.5. The ANC has resolved, as part of the public involvement, to have National Treasury to look into an alternative revenue source to cover the shortfall, which is proposed to cover the VAT increase and the inflationary adjustment to personal tax brackets. We can assure South Africans that this fiscal framework is subject to a strict recommendation coming from the Standing Committee on Finance, which recommends that National Treasury facilitates to seek alternative revenue and expenditure savings to balance the 28 billion shortfall. We believe that multiple social interventions will cushion the poor, such as the zero-rated food basket, social grant increases, and the increases in the indigent program, and the decision not to increase the fuel levy and the intervention to improve affordability of public transport will provide a relief for the public. Honorable members, seated here in this assembly, we are fully aware and cognizant of the fact that our challenges as a country are a problem of the stagnant economy that cannot create enough jobs for the youth and the unemployed. The budget that is tabled before us makes bold measures to cushion the poor and the workers. That will be done through the increased social grants above inflation, including funding of the social relief distress grant, support unemployment, which will cover about 28 million South Africans. Allocations for the 3-year public service wage agreement, which is above inflation, will mitigate against the cost of living for the poor, stimulating increased household consumption. About 19 billion is added to cover the medium term to keep approximately 11,000 teachers in their classrooms. 28 billion is added to the health budget to keep about 9,300 healthcare workers in our hospitals, in our clinics, which will contribute to addressing the matter of unemployed doctors, nurses, and employ about 800 post-community service doctors. This fiscal framework includes funding the missing middle to enable their continued access to higher education. Honorable members, to stimulate economic growth, the fiscal framework takes bold measures through increased public infrastructure spending for over 3 years, which will amount to about 1 trillion, focusing on SANRAL, Transnet, Eskom transmission, and the provision of water. New regulations for the public-private partnerships will take effect from 1 June 2025 to increase infrastructure investment and enhance crowding of the private financing for public infrastructure. SARS is allocated 3.5 billion in the current financial year and an additional 4 billion over the medium term to enhance revenue collection. This will strengthen SARS' efforts to collect a significant portion of the projected 8 billion that is collected and to tackle illicit financial flows. Honorable members, about 2.1 billion of over the medium term is allocated to support about 120,000 SMMEs, which will benefit businesses owned by the youth, persons with disabilities, and other small business owners. To achieve debt sustainability, we need to resolve the economic growth problem. We should take measures to lower our annual debt servicing costs and tackle the imposition of high credit premiums as advanced by the African Union. Without restructuring of the global and the domestic financial sector, low to middle income countries like ours will experienced a stunned economic growth due to high credit premiums. The ANC welcomes the public participation that was made by 51 submissions, which have enhanced the consideration of this fiscal framework and revenue proposal, which were very constructive. The ANC further consider submissions made in shaping ongoing efforts to resolve the social and economic challenges the country is confronted with. As I conclude, Honourable House Chairperson, I want to leave you with a saying that resonates amongst my people, the people of the Lowveld in Mpumalanga, who are Shangaan speaking. They often bring hope by saying, Hambi shote kankari, mara shinga endleki. Nishosho, hiri hambi shote kankari, shinga endleki. Akhenza, ntama stulu, inkomu, kalmam.
The Deputy Minister of Social Development. Deputy Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Al-Jamaa would like to thank the Minister of Finance for going out of his way to give pensioners and children and people with disabilities above inflation increases in spite of difficult fiscal constraints. Minister, 28 million people in the receipt of social grants, they salute you. Please, a round of applause to the Minister of Finance. A 30-day breather is very progressive. A round of applause to Action SA. The report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposal dated the 1st of April is a revolutionary report. And the fiscal framework is a world-class framework. It was developed after entertaining 51 submissions, 29 written and 22 oral. The point of order raised earlier today is like April Fool jokes compared to these well-thought, evidence-based submissions by the thought leaders of South Africa. There were independent members of society who also contributing, making the points of order and positions of some speakers, honourable speakers before me, mute. None of them refer to any of these submissions. All of them support 15% VAT and raise no objection to this creature of apartheid. 30 years into our democracy, Parliament has done very little to reverse VAT introduced by the apartheid regime. Parliament has ignored other fiscal framework opportunities like zero-based budgeting, recovering illicit financial flows out of the country by multinational conglomerates and colonial companies. Tax on turnover is already in our framework, but it is not mandatory and there is no political will to insist on it. Once we have a fiscal framework with these important baselines, we can start the process to reduce VAT to under 10%. A single-digit tax. Let me compliment Treasury and the South Commissioner for the work in progress to deal with illicit financial flows, which hampers our GDP from reaching 5% growth. And this is not a pipe dream. Like I said, this is a world-class fiscal framework.
Deputy Minister, your time has expired. Thank you.
And the best minds in South Africa through submissions.
Honourable Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Throw its weight behind Treasury, puts its confidence in them.
Honourable Deputy Minister, your time has
the nation.
expired.
Thank you very much.
The NCC, Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, the Progressive Caucus, and the 9 wasted months. It is impossible for anybody with a conscience to support this report. It is because some of us have forgotten the cold chills in the shack. Some of us have forgotten what it's like to eat mealie meal with no sugar. Some of us have forgotten the indignity of using long drop toilets. It's why we are so comfortable to support this injustice. If this report ever goes to court, this meeting will be meaningless because it will be overturned. But what we can say is that this has been a heated debate. It was a debate between those who speak from the souls of our communities and those who speak from the pockets of Rob Hershoff. Ultimately, this is dehumanizing to pass the flops of this government onto the poor and say it's only 0.5%. The honest truth is that it is 6% over 2 years. But lying to the people who brought us here is nothing new to this parliament. I want to applaud the DA for standing up against this 0.5%. But I want to ask the DA how they balance that, considering that they want to scrap minimum wage and want our people to work for food and water. The seeds of food riots have been planted in this report. We thank the Progressive Caucus for standing by their morals, for standing for the poor, saying no to this report. Thank you.
PAC.
Deputy Speaker, phambi koba ixesha lam liphele kuba i-3 minutes incinci mandiqale ngendaba ebalulekileyo. The PAC supports this fiscal framework and revenue proposal. It is our observation that maintain the practice of expenditure on servicing the needs of our people is the correct position given the foundations of a developmental state that is focused on redress politically and addressing poverty. Spending on the poor, providing access to basic needs and services such as food, housing, water and electricity is the reason why we are here. Our people expect a budget that speaks to the needs of the majority. We call on the improvement on tax collection before cutting expenditure on increasing the burden on compliant taxpayers. We are looking forward to see how the budget allocated to SARS for improved tax collection will be utilized. At the same time, let us not rush to borrowing money that comes with harsh conditions and future patterns. Cutting expenditure that directly impact on the living conditions of the poor is unacceptable. The investment in transport Madiba infrastructure as an example of pro-poor expenditure is welcomed. Given the distance the poor travel from migrant labor in our metros, cities and towns. The working poor spend up to 60% of their income on transport, and this leaves them in a perpetual poverty trap. We support a budget that seeks to provide universal coverage in health to all our citizens. Our support for the budget is based on our mandate, which we received from the majority of the electorate who remain poor and unemployed. If we are serious about addressing the inequality in our country, it cannot ignore the fact that we are here because of decades
Honourable
of
Minister, there is a point of
underspending on the
order.
African
Please take
majority.
your seat. Honourable Minister, please take your seat. There is a point of order. Honourable Member, MK.
Honourable Speaker, thank you so much. We just want to know how much money has been allocated for land redistribution in the budget. Those who are fighting for the budget, tell us.
Honourable Member, in terms of the rules, you first have to ask whether the Speaker is prepared to take a question and not just ask the question. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
I don't have time for comedy. We support, if we are to seriously address the inequality in our country, it cannot ignore the fact that we are here because of decades of underspending and on the African majority. And this was done deliberately by the apartheid government. By ignoring the needs of the majority of opposing a pro-poor budget, as was presented, we are further entrenching inequality and advancing an apartheid-type government. Speaker, we fought for poor people. We went to jail for poor people. We went to exile for poor people. We were hanged for poor people. We can't be told by our former oppressors that they are fighting for the poor. We support this budget.
The UAT.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Kgotso Afrika. As UAT, we reject this report because this report does not align with the developmental objective of our nation. Instead, it exacerbates economic inequality and serves the interest of the capitalist imperialist at the expense of the working class and the poorest. The VAT increase contradicts the economic development goal. The nation's fiscal policy should be designed to stimulate inclusive economic growth, reduce inequality, and promote industrialization, particularly in a country like ours. However, increasing VAT achieves the opposite. The South African National Development Plan and the African Union Agenda 2063 both emphasize the need for progressive taxation and inclusive economic policies that do not burden the lower income groups. This increase will lead to a decline in consumer spending, particularly on essential goods, a rise in food insecurity and poverty levels, increased financial strain on small businesses which rely on consumer demand. South Africa must prioritize its citizens over the Western capitalists. It is deeply problematic that the National Treasury justifies VAT increase by comparing South Africa to OECD countries. We cannot allow our economic policies to be dictated by Western capital frameworks that do not serve our people's interest. Parliament must act independently and prioritize the need of South Africans over the foreign economic pressures. Honorable members, rejecting this fiscal framework is not an act of defiance. It is an act of responsibility. Our nation cannot afford to adopt policies that entrench inequalities and suppress economic growth. Instead, we demand a progressive taxation that ensures that welfare contribute fairly to national development, a crackdown on corporate tax evasion to recover billions lost through illicit financial flows, increase investment in local industry and infrastructure to create jobs and reduce reliance on consumer tax. Kanimambo.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today we are witnessing a new history year. We see the birth of a new doomsday coalition. The DA, the MK and the EFF, that's the new doomsday coalition that we see today. Now it's the time, not for party posturing and politicking. Now it's the time for us to work together and put our country first. As the Good Party, we commend the increase in the allocation of education and infrastructure, as well as the retention of the social relief of the stress grant. We further welcome the recommendation by the Appropriations Committee that the SRD be taken into a basic income grant, because Section 27 of our Constitution places an obligation on government to make sure that we...
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. There is a point of order. Honourable Member of the MK.
I'd like to...
Honourable Minister, please take your seat while the point of order is being raised.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to ask if the Minister can take a question.
Honourable Minister, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Suga.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker, is Suga parliamentary?
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable
responsibility-
Minister,
The
please
gesture
take your
and the
seat.
hand gestures against the Rule 84.
Please take your seat, Honourable Minister. Your point of order, Honourable Member. Please repeat it.
I want to establish if it's parliamentary for the minister to use these gestures and say Suka on myself.
She was stretching her hand.
So please rule on that.
Honourable
The minister
Member,
was stretching her hand.
please do not interfere whilst I am busy deliberating on a point raised. It is unparliamentary to say Suga with the hand gesture. Honourable Minister, I would ask you to please withdraw that.
I withdraw, Madam Deputy Speaker. Slala phansi. Madam Deputy Speaker, every member of the executive has got a role to play to grow our economy and to create jobs. It is not the responsibility of National Treasury alone. What we need to see as a matter of urgency is that every minister in the executive come with a plan as to what their departments will contribute towards economic growth and job creation, not just National Treasury. And for ministers to create jobs, they need a budget. So those ministers with budgets that are going to vote for their budgets today, they can create jobs. But if you are a minister without budget that you are not voting for today, you can't create jobs. So we have to look into that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am confident that with the allocation to South African Revenue Services of 7.5 billion over the MTEF period, that they will be able to collect more taxes next year, and that the 0.5% VAT will only be applicable for the current financial year. I'm confident that they are going to raise that money so that we only have the 0.5% VAT for 1 year. So I would like to appeal to all of us to make sure that we work together. We can't just say for the interest of the sake of the country, but then some of us wants to be holier than thou. So the strange bedfellows, the Doomsday Coalition, we are going to vote you out. Thank you.
The Honourable Cuthbert.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yesterday we witnessed the ANC and Action SA choose taxing South Africans over growing the economy. They chose to undermine their partners as they could not accept that they are now a 39% party and are obligated to create a shared economic vision for our country. A vision that would grow the economy, create jobs, and lift millions of South Africans out of poverty and into prosperity. Instead of working with its partner in the GNU, the ANC decided to collude with a band of bitter exes, has-beens, and political opportunists, otherwise known as Action SA. A party with a demonstrable record of sacrificing good governance and growth at the altar of expediency. One only has to look at the cities of Tshwane and Johannesburg, where these two parties colluded to
Honourable
install
Member, please
coalitions.
take your seat. There is a point of order. Could you please just raise your hand? I cannot see who's raising the point. Yes, Honourable Member, on what point are you rising?
I want to check if the Honourable Member is prepared to take a question.
Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question?
I want to ask if he's...
No, he is not prepared to take a question. Thank you. Honourable Member, please proceed. Honourable Member, I have ruled on the matter and I've not recognised you any further.
I think my comment obviously hurt the Honourable Member there. One only has to look at the cities of Tshwane and Johannesburg, where these two parties colluded to install coalitions of corruption at the expense of critical service delivery. As they attempted to spin their misdeeds to voters in these two cities at the time, they followed the same playbook yesterday. Firstly, the Finance Committee had only two options.
Honourable
It could
Member,
either
please take your seat. Honourable Swart.
Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 85.
Honourable Swart, if you can just bring the microphone closer to you.
Someone mentioned that he is a bankgat. Now, obviously that is unparliamentary. We don't know who said that, but maybe the person that wanted to put the question, but I would submit that it is totally unparliamentary and must be withdrawn.
Thank you. The reference was to bankgat. I am not quite sure that that is unparliamentary, Honourable Swart. I think that is a description of someone. What I do take exception is that the member spoke without being recognised.
Yeah, but also
Honourable Cuthbert, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Firstly, the Finance Committee had only two options. It could either accept or amend the existing fiscal framework as empowered by the Money Matters and Related Procedures Amendment Act. On this score, the ANC, IFP and Action SA voted in favour of the existing fiscal framework, which included a 0.5 percentage point VAT increase and the non-adjustment of personal income tax brackets for inflation, commonly referred to as bracket creep. However, they desperately tried to buy themselves cover by inserting non-binding recommendations into the committee's report, which requested that the National Treasury revise its budget within 30 days. So despite the snake oil Action SA sold to South African last night, the National Treasury has no legal obligation to amend the framework if it passes in today's sitting. Secondly, the financially and illegally illiterate Honourable Beasley confidently stated that his proposal would amount to a 28 billion rand reduction on the revenue side of the balance sheet. However, if one were to remove both the VAT increase and bracket creep, the actual amount would be 31.5 billion. Worst of all, he had no idea where the National Treasury would find the money to plug the gaping hole left in the fiscus. To make it abundantly clear to members of the public, Action SA capitulated to the ANC's misguided policy of taxing South Africans and undermining the economic reform agenda. In contrast, the DA has remained resolute in its opposition to any new taxes and succeeded in blocking the initial 2 percentage point VAT hike from the budget tabled in February. Furthermore, the DA submitted a fully costed alternative to the existing fiscal framework, which would have generated 27.2 billion in savings from national departments alone. These savings could have been used to eliminate the need for any tax hikes and prioritise expenditure towards growth-enhancing reforms. However, the DA did not stop there. We proposed a comprehensive overhaul of the country's economic policy to address the following critical issues: a GDP growth rate that has remained capped at 1.3% from 2008 to 2024 and cannot keep up with annual population growth. This is best demonstrated by the fact that South Africans, on average, have become poorer over the years, with GDP per capita declining from $7,900 in 2010 to $6,000 in 2023. An expanded unemployment rate that has increased from 31% to 42% between 1994 and 2024, which means that millions of South Africans have joined the unemployment queues on an annual basis. Even more concerning is that our children are not equipped with the necessary education and skills to gain meaningful employment, as illustrated by the 60% youth unemployment rate. Previous ANC governments have also led us to the brink of fiscal collapse, with our debt-to-GDP ratio having risen from 44% in 2014 to 77% in 2024, while debt repayments consume 21% of all government revenue. If the rest of these metrics did not make the ANC think twice about the need for meaningful economic reform, then they should look at the trend line from the BER's Business Confidence Index, which had an average score of 36 out of 100 between 2014 and 2024. If we genuinely expect businesses to invest in our country and create jobs, but they lack faith in the government's policy direction, we have absolutely no hope of addressing the frightening policy crisis that is facing our economy. This is why we as the DA remain resolute in our call for the following bold economic reforms: pursuing an aggressive debt reduction strategy to ensure that we live within our means and do not allow debt repayments to crowd out the expenditure on frontline services. Expediting the private sector's involvement in electricity generation and transmission to create a truly competitive energy market, finalizing port and rail concession agreements with private partners to enhance competitiveness and position ourselves as an export-oriented economy, scrapping duties on manufactured goods not produced in South Africa and other localization policies that hinder trade and make goods more expensive for consumers. And lastly, removing the extension of collection bargaining council wage agreements for SMMEs, which hinder hiring and add to the number of South Africans in grinding unemployment. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the choice before us today is clear. Those parties in favour of voting for this fiscal framework will betray the voters who elected them to this very House. My only advice to these parties is, good luck explaining this to your voters at the local government elections next year, and do not be surprised when they punish your expediency at the voting booth. The DA rejects this pro-tax, anti-growth budget with the contempt it deserves. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Molefe.
Madam Deputy Speaker, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it in relative opacity. This is what Frantz Fanon said more than 50 years ago in his book, The Wretched of the Earth. That I'm invoking the writings of this great African speaks directly to the challenges imposed on us, this generation, by centuries of oppression and exploitation. The response of our fathers and forefathers in their titanic battle to defeat the demon of racism and exploitation, and the things that have been done and not done since the attainment of freedom in 1994. It points starkly and glaringly to the monstrous beast we are facing as a country and its resilience in resisting change and transformation. Indeed, this beast is not only resilient, it is also agile and can adapt very easily, despite it being enormous and elephantine. It easily changes its colors, but more ominously, it has very loyal surrogates who work extremely hard and reside within the bosom of its opponents in such a sophisticated way that in time, many effectively begin to believe that the surrogates and the beast itself are in fact the leaders against all that defines the same beast and its legacy. It then eloquently and convincingly presents the legitimate opponents of oppression and exploitation as the incarnation of its historical self. Let me turn to the business of the day, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Financial and Fiscal Commission has urged the National Treasury to return to economic fundamentals and the idea of a capable developmental state focusing on overcoming poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We reiterate that call. The only path to economic growth in South Africa is through employment creation underpinned by land redistribution through expropriation without compensation. Those that have a burning desire to become refugees elsewhere must be allowed to exercise their democratic rights that are available free of charge under the Bill of Rights. They must not perpetuate the suffering of our people by pleading with foreign governments to join them in their bullying. Apartheid was enough. Honorable Moswanganyi has said that Action SA crafted the recommendation which we are today talking about in the report. It is a tragedy, Honorable Moswanganyi, that even Honorable Business recommendation that he has crafted is not in the report. So the report is inaccurate and historically incorrect because the very recommendation that we are discussing here that was crafted by Honorable Beasley is not in the report. Listening to the DA, it sounds that as if they have an irrepressible desire to be the leader of the opposition. You cannot have your cake and eat it. If the GNU is too hot, leave it.
I want to enter.
The Patriotic Alliance only offered us an update on the soap opera that is unfolding in the GNU. Obviously, Honorable Mackenzie thinks that a generational mission is the same as generations. The Freedom Front cannot stand here and tell us about poverty. We all believe and agree that we need land reform and expropriation sonder vergoeding. Honorable Trello from Action SA, despite his party being credited with resolving the impasse by supporting the VAT increase, that resolution of the impasse is not recorded in the report, Honorable Trello, and will not be reflected in the historical documents that are being crafted today. Where are the legal provisions, Honorable Trolip, that allow for alternative tax proposals within 30 days? There is nothing in the law that allows us or you to negotiate the budget further in the next 30 days. The correct position would have been to reject the report today so that we can do those alternative tax proposals. The UDM has asked quite a number of questions relating to economic issues and where we are going to get the money.
Honorable member, your time is now expired. Thank you.
We reject the report.
The next speaker is the Honorable Sekwati.
That was the second largest opposition party.
Honorable members, there are members who are persistently switching on their microphones without being recognized. If you do so, you may be requested to leave the chamber. Honorable Sekwati, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. Our macroeconomic policy framework is a critical instrument to advance the developmental objectives of our democratic state. The past decade has been a period of low economic growth, increasing the levels of unemployment and poverty. We need to recognize that monetary policy and fiscal policy are the key elements of our macroeconomic policy framework. Through our fiscal policy, the ANC seeks to advance the imperatives contained in our Bill of Rights and the realization of the aspirations of all South Africans. The fiscal framework and revenue proposals increases a focus on stimulating economic growth and job creation, as they also create an opportunity to increase our revenues and our tax base. The ANC government has taken measures to strengthen state-owned enterprises in the 6th administration, and we can see the positive developments thereof. Eskom has restored electricity supply reliability, though with some hiccups, and investments in the green economy have also increased significantly in the past administration. The budget supports Eskom's financial sustainability, which is critical for its ability to invest in plant maintenance and infrastructure developments of transmission line. Ke tsebise le botlhe bao e leng gore ba ka ba ba le magaeng ba theeditse ebile ba ne le kgatlhego ya ditekatekanyetso tseo di tlisitseng ke ministera wa rena ke re ditekatekanyo tseo e leng gore re a di thega le polelo ya ministera wa rena re thega ka mabaka a latelago gobane go setse go tlile mo pele ga rena dingangele le diphure bao ba ganago ditekatekanyetso tseo e leng gore ministera wa di tlisa tseo e leng gore ke tša go leka go kaonafatša maphelo a rena maphelo a batho ba Afrika Borwa e reng ke le tlišetseng polelo ya gore tekatekanyo tseo diphure tseo di ganago ke tša gore batho ba borena ba tle ba hwetše ba tswele pele ba hwetše mphiwa fela o okeditšwego bakgekolo le bakgalajo ke ya gore batho bao ba borena bao e leng gore re koledia le moyeng le dikuranteng gore ba tlhoka mešomo e le go ba e leng gore ba ithutile ke dingaka le manese tekatekanyetso tseo ministera a boletseng ka tsona ke tša gore batho bao ba thwalwe gore ditirelo dipetleleng tša rena di tla di kaonafale ditekatekano tšeo e leng gore diphure tše di a di gana le kgono ba re e ka se kgonege e fela e tlo kgonega e direla gore bao e leng gore ke barutisi ba ba etswago dikolong ba ithutile ba tle ba thwalwe gore ba tliše dikolong tša rena gore dithuto di tle di kgone go tswela pele bana ba rena ba hwetse thuto ya maleba e re ke re gape modulasetulo ke re bana ba kgoši ba tlo nwa metsi a mogako ka ditekano tšeo ke ka tsela yeo rena ba African National Congress re emago thekeng tšeo e leng gore ministera wa rena o di goletše gape re support-a yona tekatekano tšeo e reng ke boleleng gape gore kgoro ya rena ya tša matlotlo e lego yona SARS le yona e tlo kaonafatšwa gore e kgone go hwetša bao e le gore ba tšhaba go tšhelela mothelo gore mmušo o kgone go ba le mašeleng ao e leng gore a tlo kgona go thuša batho ba borena le go hlagolola naga ya rena bjalo tšeo ka moka re a di amogela ka diatla tše pedi ka lebaka la gore di tlo lwesa tlala di tlo lwesa tlhokego ya mešomo gape le yona tlhokego ya tekatekano gape e tloga le ditekatekano tšeo e leng gore di lebeletše kgolo ya ikonomi gore bao ba sa šomego ba tle ba kgone go šoma le gona gore bao e leng gore ga ba šome ba tšwele pele ba hwetše setsekana seo e leng gore ka sona ba ka kgona go ithuša ka sona jwale re a makala gore dingangele tšeo e leng gore di re ditekatekano tše di seke di a tswela pele ke eng seo e leng gore ba se tshepile gape ba tloge ba laetša lehloyo le legolo go batho ba rena e fela ba ikaketša ba re bona ba emetše ditokelo tša batho ba rena re re ke mokgatlo wa African National Congress wo o nago le yona kgahlego ya gore batho ba borena ba tswe mo dinaleng tša tlala le yona tlhokego ya mešomo ke rata go le tlišetša ye nngwe ya gore bao e leng gore ke borakgwebo dipotlana mmušo wo wa rena le sona seo e leng gore ke polelo ya ministera wa rena se tlišitšego ke gore borakgwebo potlana le bona ba tlo tšeelwa tlhoko ba beelwa setsoko se sengwe seo e leng gore se tlo kgona gore se ba thuše gore bao e leng gore ba ke bone di-SMMEs goba bona borakgwebo potlana ba tlo hwetša se sengwe se e leng gore ba ka kgona go matlafatša dikgwebo tša bona ba kgona go tlisa mešomo le gona gore ba kgathe tema mo ikonoming ke tswele pele ke laetse gore bao e leng gore ba ganetšana le yona tekatekanyetšo ye ba gana gore batho ba borena ba tla ba hwetše monyetla wa go godisa ikonomi monyetla wa go fetiša tlhokego ya mešomo le ona monyetla wa gore ba tle ba fetiše tlala ka mogare ga naga jwale rena re le ba African National Congress re support-a reporto yeo gape le tšeo e leng gore ya di tlhotlamiša ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you, Honorable Member. All the honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable House Chair, let me start by saying what has happened in this financial year in debating this budget. There's a positive aspect which we're missing. Never since the democratic breakthrough have we ever had this public debate of the budget. That in itself is a positive development. Sadly, though, the debate is focused on one side of the equation, and that equation is on the revenue side. Little attention is paid to the spending side of this equation. Because had we looked at the spending side of this equation and say what is being funded, those who talk about the poor would understand that the major part of this budget is targeted to poor communities. Whether we are talking about education, whether we're talking about health, we made the point here that about 9,000 workers have left the system in health last year, undermining the quality of health services in poor communities. And all of us here, we talk poor, poor, poor. We don't understand those services that belong to poor people which are being eroded. Let me just outline, for instance, what this impact people are talking about of the VAT. Let's have data, facts. What are the facts? 5 will generate 13.5 billion rand. Okay? What does our data tell us about VAT? Our data says VAT is paid by the 76% is paid by the 3 upper income categories. What does that mean? It means 10.26 of this VAT is going to be paid by the 3 upper income categories. The remainder is going to be paid by what we call the lower income categories, which is 3.24 billion. But what is the package that we're presenting to these poor categories? It far exceeds the 3.2 billion. We're talking about zero rating, which is 2 billion. We're talking about an increase in the indigent percent. We're talking about this 29 billion in education. We're talking about this 28 billion rand in health. Let's be fair when we talk about health, poor communities. Let's do the numbers. The numbers refute everything we've said in this room. Refute everything we've said in this room. The second set of issues. On Friday this week.
Honourable Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable Van der Weyden, why do you want to be recognized? Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. Why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. I asked to check if the minister, by outlining the essence of the VAT increase, does it mean is he going to...
Honourable member, please take your seat.
I wanted to pose a question on the 30 days provision.
Take your seat, please. You had an opportunity to debate. Continue, honourable minister.
I was saying on Friday this week, we'll be tabling the rates and monetary amounts and amendments of Revenue Laws Bill this Friday, which gives effect to all the tax categories we're talking about. That provides an opportunity for all of us to have this engagement about 0.5% and all of that. And we would appreciate, we're more than happy to work with all type people in this room, with everybody constructive proposals. But those constructive proposals must talk to 2 equations of this budget. They must talk to those 2 equations. If we're taking this 12.5 billion rand, we must then say, as the DA says, cut an equivalent amount on the expenditure side. That's what the DA says. That's fine. Take the 13.5 billion aside on the revenue side, then go a cut on equivalent amount on the expenditure side. The very issue we've been talking about austerities. But let's have these constructive engagements about wastage, about efficiency. Parliament has got an important role to play. And that opportunity is this budget. People have made reference to SARS. Let me repeat the SARS issue. We have agreed with Parliament. We can't say we're intransigent. Parliament says to us increase SARS budget. We said to Parliament, yes, we are listening. SARS budget was supposed to increase by 3.5 billion over the MTF. What was our response? Was to add 4 billion to that. SARS budget over the MTF increases by 7.5 billion rand. The honored member from ACDP talks about our forecasting. The unfortunate part in the joint committee, when we made a presentation to demonstrate on average with comparators how our numbers look like. Ian was not probably, I don't know, was not part of the meeting, because we debunked that notion that our forecasts are inaccurate. On the budget process, I must say we accept that. The budget process now is going to be changed. We've got to think about, we'll come back to the committee, how do we make sure that we can involve everybody starting from July, September, October. That's what we want to do. But let me just say, the DA does not necessarily tell the truth normally. And they've got a tendency to shift the goalposts every day. The Deputy President chaired a committee where we were looking at alternatives. The DA proposals were no bracket creep. That's the DA proposal. No bracket creep, no tax, medical credits, nothing. We have accepted their proposal. Today, they've got the audacity to stand up and say they don't want bracket creep. It's a lie. It's a lie. What does that mean? I mean, let's be fair, let's debate honestly and disagree honestly. We accept genuine disagreements. It's in the nature of a robust debate. I think this budget has produced that robust debate. But let's make sure that the debate is robust. Don't base it on lies. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, as for the GNU, I don't think you can vote against a budget and tomorrow you want to go and be part of its implementation. It can't be. It can't be. We've got to draw a line on that point. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Order, Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, that concludes the debate. Order. Order, Honourable Members. I now recognize the Honourable, the Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all honourable members in attendance. May I therefore propose that the report be adopted by this House. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the adoption of the report? The Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. For us as MK Party, we want to vehemently reject this report, and we are calling for a division, and we want to ensure that the manual voting...
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. Honourable Members, order. There's already a request for a division to be called. Now, we are going to do the following. We are aware that the Honourable Members are here in the chamber for almost 3 hours. The decision is, and the rules, by the way, empowers the Speaker or the presiding officer at the time to make use of different procedures for members to cast their votes. These includes voting by electronic means, if possible, or a manual voting procedure by way of a whip or by voice. The rules also stipulate that this must be announced before the voting takes place. For this division, I have determined that a manual voting system will be used, whereby each member will be called upon and requested to vote by using his or her voice. Honorable members, to allow the support staff, the table support staff, to get the necessary procedures in place, we will now adjourn for 10 minutes, and the bells will be rung when we resume our proceedings. Thank you very much.
Agreed. Bye, bye, bye.
Okay, bring back our lights.
Honorable members, please ensure that you are inside the dome within the 10 minutes. Otherwise, you'll be left outside.
Sì, non, sì. 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 Sì.
seats. Honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats so that we can start with the proceedings? Thank you. The honorable members who is on the floor, will you take up your allocated seats? All the honorable members. Honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats so that we can proceed with the business of the House? All the honorable members. Are all members now in the allocated seats? Honorable members, as I indicated before the break, I've determined that a manual voting system will be used, whereby each member will be called upon and requested to voice his or her vote. I think it's important that the honourable members follow, because it can prolong the voting process if we do not cooperate. In terms of the rules, all members present when the question is put with the doors barred must vote or record an abstention. This rule does not apply to a minister or deputy minister who is not a member of the House. Political parties will be called alphabetically. The Secretary will call each member from the membership list, starting with those from the ANC. Members will be called by their surname, followed by their initials. In order to facilitate this process, order, honourable members. Order. In order to facilitate this process, I appeal to honourable members to indicate only their vote, without a preamble statement or without delay. Members must simply indicate yes, no, or abstain. This will assist the tellers in ensuring that your vote is correctly captured. In the event a member's name is called and they are present, but for whatever reason do not indicate their vote, an opportunity will be provided for such members to raise their hands after the last member is called from the list, at which point they will be recognized to cast their vote. The question before the House is that the 2025 Fiscal Framework and Revenue Proposals and the report of the Standing Committee on Finance thereon be adopted. Those in favor will say yes, those against will vote no, and those who want to abstain will record their vote as such. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain locked until voting is concluded. The Secretary will now proceed to call members.
Adams RC.
Yes. Yes, Madam.
Apiri MJ. Absent. Bila TJ.
Yes.
Bilankulu NK.
Yes.
Boshielo SP.
Yes.
Bottas A. Burns Namashe Z.
Yes.
Tapa RN. Tapa RN.
Yes.
Chabane MS.
Yes.
Chawuke TM.
Yes.
Chikunga LS.
Yes.
Klute EA.
Yes.
Chrissy BD.
Yes.
Davids SW.
Yes.
Lomo SM.
Yes.
Didiza AT.
Can we get the roving microphone, please? May I also request members who may have their microphones on just to switch it off, please?
I vote yes.
Point of order.
Dikhale MC.
I vote yes.
Secretary, Honourable Michalakas, we're in the middle of a voting process. Why do you want to be recognized?
House Chair, my apologies for doing this, but members are approaching the door and the doors are supposed to be locked.
Doors must remain locked and closed.
House Chairperson, a member actually came in after the doors were locked.
Who is the member that came in?
The member from the PA in the green top.
Honorable members, order. Take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. The chief order. Who is speaking? Honorable members, take your seats.
Out!
The chief of MK, can you prevail on your members, please? You are now disrupting procedures. Who is the member that came in when the door was locked? The Pantin team. Honorable member at the back.
House Chair.
Honorable members.
House Chairperson, also on a point of order and on this subject.
Honorable members, why are you standing here? Take your seat. Calm down. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The member in front of me from the Patriotic Alliance came in after the doors were locked. I watched the proceedings as it happened.
The honorable member must leave the house. The honorable, if any honorable, don't shout at me. When any honorable member came through the door after the doors were closed and supposed to be locked, there's no debate. You must simply leave. Simple. Order, honorable members. Who is the honorable member that came in? The chief of the Patriotic Alliance. Honorable members, you are now disrupting the voting.
Speaker, if he came in when the door was locked, if he was sooner, come past the wall. He came in because the door was open.
Honorable Minister, please do not speak so directly into the microphone because I couldn't hear anything you said.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is, if the door was locked, as the DA is saying, how did she get in now if the door was locked?
Oh, Honorable Minister,
We saw.
Honorable Minister, and this is my ruling. I'm not going to recognize any more hands. This is my ruling. The members that came through the door after I made the announcement must leave. They cannot vote.
I assisted.
Where's the sergeant at arms? No, honorable members, just calm down.
Honorable Speaker!
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Vice Chair, there are two of them. I see them to go out, please.
No, honorable members.
We don't have time.
Honorable members, why are you behaving like persons who do not understand the rules? Don't shout. You are not going to get my attention if you start shouting. It's a sign of insecurity when you start shouting because you're not sure what you want to say. Honorable Deputy Minister, and I'm not debating the point, I made a ruling. The ruling is that those who came through the door after it was closed must leave. That's the ruling.
And the guy must go.
Where is the sergeant at arms?
Honorable Speaker, Chair.
Sergeant at arms, will you see to it that those members who came through the door after it was
Honorable
closed?
Chair.
Honorable members, I'm not in a debate. We're in the middle of a voting session.
Honorable Chair.
We're in the middle of a voting session.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, stop shouting at me. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Here's my question. How do you use members of parliament to decide who came in or who came late?
Please take your seat, Honorable Deputy Minister. Down. Please take your seat. You see, we expect members of parliament who have sworn, they made an oath in parliament to accept responsibility if they know they came in late and leave. Why must you be pointed out? So I request those members who came in late simply to leave. Otherwise, I'll have to ask the Sergeant at Arms to remove you. No, I'm not recognizing you. I'm busy with the ruling.
Was the door locked or not?
The chief was inside, right?
Honorable Member, the report that we have from the ushers at the door is that there was one member, Ratigas Tahoudin, who must leave the chamber immediately so that we can get on with our business. Please leave the house. Where's the honorable member? May I ask the Sergeant at Arms to assist the member and show them the door, please? Thank you. The Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I'm being reliably informed that the member was fetched from the door by her party whip, who knows full well that when the voting is going on, no member...
No, honourable member. Honourable
member was also not instructed by...
Order, honourable members. Honourable member, please take your seat now. You're not assisting the proceedings.
Not in a prison here. There were two.
They
broke into the house. There are banditis who broke into the house.
Honourable members, there were ushers at the doors who managed to give us the name. The chief whip of the PA was inside the venue. That is the report that we're getting, and that is the report that I'm taking in making my decision. Honourable member, we are in the middle of a voting session. Why do you want to be recognized?
No, Chair, I want clarity. If a member's name is on the register as present during the session, how can she be considered not to be part?
Take your seat. Take your seat, please. Read the rules.
How can she be considered absent from the session?
She was here. Honourable Chair, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat, there's rules here.
Could you explain the rule?
There's rules here. Please explain the rule. Is a member who's you are now delaying the voting in the House. Speaker, could you explain? I'm not going to allow you to delay the voting in the House. We want to proceed. Honourable members, let's proceed from where we left off.
We will Didiza 80. Just want to make sure.
I had already indicated I'm voting yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Dikhale MC.
Yes.
Direko DR.
Yes.
Ditebe SL.
Aye.
Is the member saying yes?
Yes.
Dlakude DE.
Yes.
Dlelanga M.
Yes.
Dagmo CM.
Yes.
Dundra ML.
Yes.
Gancho N.
Yes.
Kaleka Mazibuko NA.
Yes.
Kigaba KMN.
Yes.
Kina N.
Yes.
Godlimpi Z.
Yes.
Kodongwana E.
Yes.
Governor Y.
Yes.
Kungubele M.
Yes.
Hala MM.
Yes.
Hassan F.
Yes.
Hlongo AS.
Yes.
Kehakilwe BM. Sorry.
Yes.
Apologies for the pronunciation. Kekana PS.
Yes.
Khabo GD.
Yes.
Kumalo JQ.
Yes.
Gurnov GW.
Yes.
Kubai MT.
Yes.
Kumbacha AN.
Yes.
Lamula RO.
Yes.
Lekhetwe MD.
Yes.
Lekhanyane MS.
Yes, yes, yes.
Letsiye WT.
Yes.
Letsike MSE.
Yes.
Likharaba LE.
Yes.
Low STD.
Yes, yes, yes.
Lucas SE.
Yes.
Mabe BP.
Yes.
Maduna N.
Yes.
Maeko SM.
Yes.
Magagula TE.
Yes.
Mabehlala T.
Yes.
Mahlangu SS.
Yes.
Mahlawule MG.
Yes.
Mahlobo MD.
Yes.
Maumapelo SOR.
Yes.
Maimela KJ.
Yes.
Majodina PCP.
Yes.
Makasi N.
Yes.
Mahato MP.
Yes.
Makubela LS.
Yes.
Malemacha CN.
Yes.
Secretary, will you just hold there, please? Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Speaker, how do we know that the person who's saying yes is actually that person? Maybe they should
Order, honorable members.
They should stand up and then say yes or no, so we know who they are.
Honorable member, we're actually
I'm just worried
proceeding.
that there's no crooks on that side of the house.
We're actually proceeding very well because from where I'm sitting, I can see each and every person here and whether it is the person that is voting. Please do not raise spurious points of order that will delay us. Please continue, Secretary.
Manamela KB.
Yes.
Maneli BM.
Yes.
Mandashe GS.
Yes.
Masemola ND.
Yes.
Mashatile SP.
Yes.
Masina MC.
Yes.
Masondo D.
Yes.
Maswanganyi MJ.
Yes.
Matabata CS.
Yes.
Matafa OM.
Yes.
Matale CC.
Yes.
Mbiyo IM.
Yes.
Mchunu ES.
Yes.
Mkunu TVB.
Yes.
Math N.
Yes.
Mqina PS. Mqina PS. Mkweba T.
Yes.
Mhaule MR.
Yes.
Mhlauli NB.
Yes.
Mkhize ZL.
Yes.
Mkutu L.
Yes.
Mulotsani ML.
Yes.
Mganga Kabache LA.
Yes.
Mudise Mcha M.
Yes.
Mwela MS.
Yes.
Mufokeng ML.
Yes.
Mohai SJ.
Yes.
Mukwena JL.
Yes.
Moraka AT.
Yes.
Murolong IK.
Yes.
Musikatsi S.
Yes.
Mutaung NE.
Yes.
Muteka MA.
Yes.
Mutswaledi PA.
Yes.
Mkhaga M.
Yes.
Mtolo NE.
Yes.
Munyayi TB.
Yes.
Mutambi AF.
Yes.
Mvana NQ.
Yes.
Malumango RS. Malumango LS. Absent. Ndabeni Abrams ST.
Yes.
Ndalani NA.
Yes.
Ndamase P.
Yes.
Ndamase P.
Yes. Yes.
Nilmay HE.
Yes.
Nel AC.
Yes.
Nematsinga Chabalala J.
Yebo, yes.
Nkabani NP.
Yes.
Nkopani NS.
Yes.
Nkosi NE.
Yebo, yes.
Nkosi VA.
Yes.
Nkosi VA.
Yes.
Nonsele M.
Yes.
Ngola X.
Yes.
Nchalinchali LL.
Yes.
Nchaveni KPS.
Yes.
Ntuli M.
Yes.
Nzimande BE.
Yes.
Nzuza NS.
Yes.
Phahla
Yes.
J.
Yes.
Phiri CM.
Adumela ndiyatenda niyapfumela.
Polwani MB.
Yes, kuyadumela.
Plakis WTD.
Yes.
Pule DD. Pule DD.
Yes.
Ramaila KS.
Kuyadumela.
Ramukhupa ML.
Yes.
Ramukhupa KD.
Yes.
In community of property.
Ramulobeng KA.
Yes.
Sangoni KLN.
Yes.
Sapo L.
Yes.
Siabi AM.
Yes.
Siete MO.
Yes.
Sikiti M.
Yes.
Sikwati SC.
Yes.
Silamulela SD.
Yes.
Sine MM.
Yes.
Shabangu FL.
Yes.
Shiviti TG.
Yes.
Sibia NM.
Yes.
Simelane TP.
Yes.
Siweya RT.
Yes.
Skosana GJ.
Yes.
Sokanyile T.
Yes.
Sokopo MM.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you please raise your voice?
Sokopo, MM.
Yebo, yes.
Sompa Masiu, NS. Soju, MM.
Yes.
Subrathi, SI.
Yes.
Swat B. Swat B. Tau, MPF.
Yes.
Tikana Kotiwe, W.
Yes.
Klong, KC.
Yes.
Tolashe, NG.
Yes.
Todetsi, NT.
Yes.
Abanchaba, PP.
Ngiyavuma.
Xhego, ST.
Yes.
Zikalala, S.
Yes.
Abrahams, ALA.
Voting against.
Alexander, WR.
Voting against.
Atkinson, PG.
Voting against.
Ocamp, WAS.
Voting against.
Bahrain, M.
Voting against.
Bapti, EV.
No.
Bapti, EV.
No.
Bason, LJ.
No.
Bateman, AG.
No.
Bath, EM.
Voting against.
Bergman, D.
No.
Bodlani, TK.
No.
Ballman, NJ.
No.
Breitenbach, G.
Voting against.
Beck, MJ.
No.
Cameroon, I.
No.
Chance, WRT.
No.
JTM.
No.
Christians, DC.
No.
Christie, KA.
No.
Clark, MO.
No.
Cuthbert, MJ.
Voting against.
D-Block, Van Seltinger, AD.
No.
De Villiers, JN.
No.
Engelbrecht, J.
No.
Essak, F. George, DT.
No.
Okay.
Correct.
Essak,
Sorry, the mic wasn't working.
No.
George, DT.
No.
Gondwe, MM.
Voting against.
Graham Ray, SJ.
No.
Kwahube, S.
No.
Harting, C.
No.
Horn, W.
No.
Hansinger, CHH.
No.
Ishmael, H.
I vote against.
Jacobs, LC.
No.
Jordan, C.
No.
Kobisa, Ngaba, K.
No. No.
Khachau, KL.
Chair, I vote against.
Kanyile, TA.
I vote against.
Klopper, DD.
No.
Kola, D.
No.
Creer, HCC.
No.
Labaskachni C.
Vote against.
Leroux KWD.
Vote against.
Linde E.
Vote against.
Lorima JRB.
No.
Lotrit A.
No.
Mabena TB.
No.
McPherson DW.
No.
Madigizela BS.
No.
Malati MS.
Voting no.
Marai EJ.
No.
Masango BS. Masango BS.
No.
Maseko LM.
No.
Matsoni NWA.
No.
Mbiko F.
I'm voting against.
Meglua JJ.
No.
Meglua JJ.
No.
Mdluli NM.
No.
Mihalakis G.
No.
Milham KJ.
Voting against.
Moore SJ.
Voting against.
MPTL.
No.
Maybach NG.
No.
Nana ME.
No.
Notata BB.
No.
Peach WD.
Voting against.
Pool G.
No.
J. Potriter LR.
Voting against.
Powell EL.
No.
Ramungalo TR.
No.
Ruos AC.
No.
Sarupen AN.
No.
Schikaling L.
No.
Schreiber LA.
No.
Situlo JS.
I vote no.
Shalembe ML.
No.
Singh S.
No.
Sitole RJ.
I vote against, Chair.
Smith CFB.
No.
Smith R.
No.
Spies ERJ.
No.
Steenhuisen JH.
No.
Van der Waald D.
No.
Van Sale AM.
No.
Vilagazi SG.
No.
Wakelin KH.
No.
Whitfield AG.
No.
Zondi S.
Voting against.
Abada ZS.
No.
Douglas WM.
No.
Gama SI.
Absolutely not.
Kamete TI.
No. Let's turn this.
Gasa MM.
No.
No. Gasa NM.
No.
Gwabaza NB.
No.
Hlophe MJ. Absent. Okay. Kobane GE.
No.
Kubeka TTS.
No.
Madlala EK.
No.
Madlala KB.
It's a no.
Mafahane MC.
It's a no.
Makubele C.
No.
Malinga JS.
No.
Manyi M.
No.
That's
Matsa FS. Matsa FS. Is it absent? Okay.
No.
Order, honorable members.
Is it Mbata or what?
M-A-T-S-A, Matsa.
No, then it's Mbata.
We're still coming to Mbata. Matutu MJ.
No.
Mbata MS.
No.
Mbele HH.
no.
Mkunu G.
No.
Mjadu TS.
No.
Mkize SP.
No.
Mgadi PP.
Tabo.
Mgitama JA.
It's a no.
Molefe MKB.
No.
Montana TL.
No.
Moodley SR.
No.
Motubatse MP.
No.
Msezane MP.
Asoze.
Mthethwa ZE.
Lutho.
Mtweni NA.
No.
Muhammad MBB.
No.
Mwali SG.
No.
Nchabeleng A.
To VAT increase, no.
Ndlela N. Absent. Ndlela N. Absent. Ngubani JS.
Never.
Nomvalo S.
No.
Nchaba D.
No.
Ntsingila EM.
No.
Numalo RNI.
Lutho nani.
Ready VG.
No.
Hwekana M.
No.
Silepe LD.
Cha andizi.
Shongwe CV.
No.
Skosana GM.
No.
Taibosh G.
Yeah.
Temba AT.
No.
Van Rooyen DDD.
Haki dumeli.
Zuma Sambudla D. Zuma Sambudla D.
In the spirit of Mama Winnie, no.
Blose MB.
Ayisiyanqaba speaker.
Diale BK.
No.
Dlamini MM.
No.
Dlamini M.
No.
Qilishe S.
No.
Kaula MS. Kaula MS.
Cha.
Komane LM.
No.
Litlape MS.
No.
Lonzi S.
No.
Mailola PR.
No.
Malema JS.
No.
Managa L.
No.
Mawotwe OMC.
Voting against.
Marey P.
No.
Mashabela NR.
No.
Matulelwa B.
No. Matthias L.
No.
Matthias NS.
No.
Matiwane C.
Aye.
Mentenkuna NV.
No.
Mhlongo NM.
Cha omkhulu.
Mkhaliphi HO.
No.
Mkhonto CN.
No.
Mukhale TP.
No.
Muhlala MR. I'm voting against. Mukwili TJ.
Nyakyahana.
Muntwedi MK.
No.
Mutwedi MK.
No.
Mthethwa E.
No.
Nihouse CG.
Near.
Noluchungu NJ.
No.
Ntlangwini EN.
Near.
Pambo V.
No.
Paulson MN.
No.
Shikwambana M.
No.
Tafeni N.
No.
Tambo S.
No.
Tembekwayo SS.
No.
Tito LF.
No.
Buthelezi EM.
Yes.
Buthelezi NZ.
Yes.
Ebekhulu RN.
Yes.
Khadebe NM.
Yes.
Hlabisa VF.
Yes.
Hlengwa M.
Yes.
Langa TM.
Yes.
Luthuli BN.
Yes.
Machi BE.
Yes.
Majozi Z.
Yes.
Mhlongo NH.
Yes.
Ngwango MA.
Yebo.
Ngobo SL.
Yes.
Singh N. Singh N. Sithole KP.
Yes.
Van der Merwe LL.
Ja.
Zondo SS. Zondo SS.
Absent. Daniels MV.
Yes.
Freeman E.
Yes.
Matoba ML.
Yes.
Mackenzie G.
Yes.
Peterson JS.
Yes.
Rocky FS.
Yes.
Souls A.
Yes.
Takodin R.
Absent.
Van Veek SHM.
Yes.
Boshoff WJ.
Near.
Dana H.
Near.
Groenewald PJ. Groenewald PJ.
Near.
Mulder CP. Mulder CP. Absent. Okay. Van Staden PA.
Near.
Vessels WW.
Near.
Beasley AD.
Yes.
James DE.
Yes.
Kobe MP.
Yes.
Letlape TKS.
Yes.
Ngobeni LM.
Yes.
Trollip RAP.
Yes.
Meshwa KRJ.
No.
Swart SN.
No.
Tring WM.
No.
Holomisa BH.
Yes.
Kwankwa NLS.
Yeah.
Notenja CT.
Yes.
Ghana SM.
Yes.
Zibi SS.
Yes.
Shazo Webster NL.
Yes.
Maimani MA.
Yes.
Mahau TL.
No.
Zungula V.
Zungula. No.
Hendricks MGE.
Yes.
Sally S.
Yes.
Adams F. Adams F. Absent. Frenchman S. Absent. Nyonzo M.
Yes.
Mahlatsi LW.
No.
Delil P.
Yes.
Honourable members, as I indicated earlier, members who remain present but could not when called indicate their vote may now raise their hands if there are any, after which I will recognize them to indicate the vote. Are there any who did not vote? None. Thank you, honourable members. The voting session is now closed.
Told you when it was there, so I thought you took it. Where they? Are they not there? Or maybe they might. Today, strict diet. Oh, we are on diet. We did later and so. Yes, yes. Waza.
Honourable members, the Plenary is in session, so don't go too far away from where you are supposed to sit. I will announce the outcome of the division as soon as it has been checked by the Secretary to the National Assembly. Order, honorable members. Order. Honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There were no abstentions, 182 voted against, and 194 voted in favour. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable member. Honourable member. Honourable Beasley. Honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, take up your seats. Honourable members, take up your seats. Order. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, the question that the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals And the report of the Standing Committee on Finance is thus adopted. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The Secretary will read the last order of the day. Order, honorable members. Order.
Debate on Human Rights Day, deepening a culture of social justice and human rights.
I now recognize the first speaker, who is the Honorable Molotsani. The Honorable Molotsani. The honorable members. All the honorable members, take up your seats. All the honorable members. Whose microphone is on? Members of the ANC, will you take up your seats? Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, will you assist us so that we can proceed with our proceedings? Honorable Molotsani, Honorable Molotsani, Honorable Molotsani, take your seat, please. Honorable members, take up your seats. I now recognize the Honorable Molotsani.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members. Today, we gather to commemorate Human Rights Day, a day that carries profound historical significance in our nation's journey towards justice and dignity for all. We remember March 21st, 1960, when peaceful protesters in Sharpeville stood defiant against the oppressive pass laws, only to be met with violence. Their sacrifice ignited a fire that burned through the darkness of apartheid, gifting us the freedom we cherish today. But as we honor the past, we must ask ourselves, how do we continue to uphold human rights in our daily lives? The answer lies in the universal power of sports, arts, and culture. These three anchors are forces that break barriers, unite us, and amplify the voices of the unheard. For decades, sports have been catalyst for unity. In 1995, Nelson Mandela donned the Springbok jersey during the Rugby World Cup, transforming a symbol of division into one reconciliation. Today, Siya Kolisi, the first black captain of the Springbok and a leader forged through adversity, commands our national team with unwavering pride, proving that true greatness transcends above all circumstances. In 2010, the FIFA World Cup united a once divided nation in celebration. Sports teaches fairness, teamwork, respect, and perseverance, values that mirror the very essence of human rights. They remind us that victory is not for the individual, but for the collective. Sports does more than unite. It heals the broken communities in a way that no one can ever comprehend. By investing in community sports infrastructure and program, we give young people alternative to the scourge of drugs and substance abuse. When a child kicks a ball or joins a team, they find purpose, discipline, and a hope, a shield against despair. Sports also challenges toxic norms, fostering respect and equality to combat social ills such as gender-based violence. Since 1994, we have seen a revolution in women's participation in sports. Olympic champions like Penny Haynes, Caster Semenya, Jajana Schoonmaker have not only made history but shattered ceilings. Their victories are a testament to the power of inclusion. We applaud the leadership of Cricket South Africa for being the first federation in South Africa to professionalize women's cricket, as well as the Premier Soccer League for embracing female teams, proving that the field belongs to everyone. To pioneers like Ria Ledwaba, Natasha Titlas, and now Jessica Mutaung, women who fight for equity in boardrooms and on pitches. We see you. Your courage lights the path for future. Honorable Chair, our culture defines who we are. From the stirring melodies of Mama Miriam Makeba, Mama Letambuli, Ntate Kaifa Semenya, Brahu Masikela, to the quieter beats of Tebe, TKZ, Mendoza, and Trompis, to the spiritual harmonies of Kabza the Small, Babalwa M, Something Soweto, to the Afro-Tech rhythm of Black Coffee, DJ Simza, and a Free State-born international Afro-Tech producers, Kasango Ben Shapa and Zulu Makeba. Our artistry is a testament to resilience and joy. A very special mention to our Tsonga princess, Shoma Josi. We honor storytellers whose work in theater and activism wove the struggle of our people into fabrics of global consciousness. Our virtual arts commands global respect. Dr. Esther Mahlangu, the Ndebele legend, 10 village patents into world-renowned BMW art cars.
Can you kindly take your seat? Thank you. Honorable members, according to Rule 64, as much as we appreciate and we are together on the issue of our child, but we all know that members must firstly say that they would want to put up the placards. It is not allowed to just come into the house and put up placards. I have said it, that we understand, and we are all in this, but it is not allowed to have placards in the house when you have not requested to have the placards before. So can you kindly request that members of the EFF, you take down your placards before we proceed.
These ones have got no shame.
We
They are
all know the
politicizing
rules.
such a bad thing.
We all know the rules.
They've got no shame.
And we should then adhere to the rules. Can we please take down
They are
the placards?
politicizing it.
I saw Honorable Mikalakis, your hand was up.
How do you?
Thank you, House Chairperson. No, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, you are requested to please take down your placards.
Which rule is that, House Chair?
They are politicizing
I
such a
did read out
tragic
the
thing.
rule, and Honorable
You have no shame,
Mkhalibi,
EFF.
Honorable Mkhalibi, you don't do that. You can't just press your mic and speak without being recognized. You know that you must raise your hand first. Honorable Chief Whip of the EFF, Honorable Nolchung, can you please assist us with the placards? I think we all know the rules and we should adhere to them. As much as the matter, we know how sensitive it is, and we are together on that issue. Like, there is nothing that we are opposing what you have written on the placards.
They
It's
are
just a matter of procedure.
They are politicizing such a tragic thing. What a shame.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are not aware of the rule. Which rule is that?
Can you repeat? I didn't hear that.
I'm saying we were not aware of the rule. Which rule are you referring to? Because we are not aware of the rule. Please give us the rule.
Okay, let me read it out for you so that you understand. According to Rule 64E, members must at all times accord the presiding officers of the National Assembly and members due respect and conduct themselves with dignity and in accordance with the decorum of the House, and are required not to bring, number one, weapons of any kind, nor dangerous or threatening objects or articles No replicas of such into the chamber. Number 2, non-dangerous or non-threatening objects, articles or placards into the chamber except with the prior approval of the speaker. So I've read it out. Can you kindly take down your placards?
They are politicizing a tragic thing. Wow.
Please,
Wow,
can you take down the placards? There's no
What a
discussion
shame.
about it. I've just read out a rule for you. It has been updated. Yes.
House Chair, please recognize me. My hand is up.
Honorable Mauta?
Yes. House Chair, I'm not sure which rule book are you reading from. I've got the rules of the National Assembly 9th edition. 9th edition. What you just read there is not here, Madam House Chair. It's not here. Edition 9 is not here.
That is
I can
why
ask the table staff to come and take this rule book and give it to you. And you read this. Because what you just read is not here, House Chair.
Honorable Mauto, I don't need your rules book to understand the rules. But all I am saying to you is that according to Rule 64E, which has been updated.
Can I read it for
and
you?
And the
House
Chief
Chair.
Whip, no, your
No.
Chief Whip sits in the Rules Committee.
Yes.
And they did update these rules. So according to the updated rule, that section allows all for articles and also placards.
No.
So it was updated in the Rules Committee. So can you please speak to your Chief Whip? She might have an idea because I'm definitely sure that she sits in the Chief Whip's forum or in the Rules Committee. So that is why I even asked her to please assist in members taking down the placards.
On a point of order, House Chair. On a point of order, House Chair.
Honorable Tlangwini.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, it's important when you read, you must read to comprehend. And what you have just read now, we are not in any violation because these placards doesn't pose any danger. That is what you have just read there. So please, when you are reading the rules, please read with comprehension so that you can also understand, because I don't think you clearly understanding what you have just read there. Mr. Kaso, please help the House Chair properly and guide her properly, because she is definitely misguided.
Honorable Tlangwini, I don't need any guidance
We're not
and I can
lowering- we're
read
not lowering
properly.
this placard.
No, Honorable Tlangwini, I don't need any guidance and I have read the rule properly. Maybe it is your hearing problem that you have. But when I said it, I said non-dangerous or non-threatening objects. And objects. So it doesn't, it doesn't even count on that one. I said and articles and also placards. So what you are telling me now is an issue of you understanding what I've just read to you.
You won't
I will take this matter.
Problem.
It's fine. We will proceed. I will take this matter.
Withdraw it.
I will forward this matter to the Rules Committee and to the Speaker as well, so that this matter is discussed further and a decision is taken on this matter. I will now allow Honorable Mulotane to continue.
They are using a tragic event to politicize you.
There's nothing political here. When I keep quiet, man.
Honorable members, please, can you stop pressing your mics? Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Nelson Makamu's Portraits of Hope graced Time magazine, while Ladu Mangokolo's Makrosa designed Dazzle evoke Italia. To the famous Ricofi artist Enoch Mlangeni from Zamdela, who went from making coffee drawings in his parents' house to having solo exhibition in Belgium. This is our story. These creators are not just artists, they are architects of our heritage. To photographers, T.C. Maila and Driver Striman, Very few can capture, document and reflect our culture and heritage the way you do. We see you and appreciate your work. Honorable Chair, African National Congress, as the longest liberation movement, has been at the forefront of human rights advocacy since 1912. We remember the 1943 African claims, which demanded equal rights and opportunity for all South Africans. The 1954 Women's Charter, championed by Federation of South African Women, further underscored the need to gender equality and social justice. After 30 years into our nation's democracy, the ANC affirmed its commitment to defending our democratic gains and addressing historical inequities through critical reforms such NHI, BELA, and the Expropriation Act. The resistance to these reforms by AfriForum and Solidarity must be challenged and condemned for what it is: a means of maintaining a status quo that structurally and systematically hinders people's access to land, education, and health. This disproportionately disadvantaging the majority in this country. We stare ahead towards realization of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous country. We must recall that human rights are not passive. They demand action. Therefore, we must pledge to honor the legacy of our forebears and the great sacrifice they made for our nation. We must pledge to teach our children the real price of freedom, celebrate creativity, use art and sports to heal and unite, stand firm, speak out against injustice wherever it hides. The bloodshed in Sharpeville was not the end. It was the beginning. Let us honor it by building a future where every life is valued, every voice heard, every dream nurtured. We will continue to strive for a society that truly reflects the ideals of our Constitution, a society where all South Africans can live with dignity and equality. Democracy must prevail. Human rights must prevail. Amandla.
Thank you, Honorable Malinga. Honorable Malinga.
Somlomo ngaphambili amalungu eParliament wonke ahloniphekile. Sihlangene ngaphambili namhlanje ukukhumbula ukuzinikela kwalabo abalwela amalungelo abo ngomhla zingama-21 kuNdasa ngonyaka wenkulungwane namakhulu ayishagalolunye nama-60. Ngalolo suku ke uhulumeni wobandlululo lapha endaweni yaseSharpeville, lona ke nina njenge-GNU esenibethe ingube yodwa nawo, wadubula abantu bebalela imnyama ababengahlomile bengaphethe into ngokuthi nje babalola amalungelo abo bethi sebekhathele ukuthathwa njengezihambi ezweni labo. Kwahlaselwa abantu baseSharpeville ngaphansi kohulumeni nobuholi buka Robert Sobukwe we-PAC. Ningizwe kahleke, angisho i-PAC lele lembhedweni owodwa namhlanje ne-GNU.
Chair.
Lokhu kwavezela umhlaba.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Malinga, can you kindly take your seat, please?
Benifuna ukukhumbuza lo mfo unxibe uniform yakwa Ackermans uba iPAC inye.
That's not a point of order. Could please continue, Honorable Malinga.
Sizoqasha uhambo oshaya amahlaya. Kwahlaselwa abantu baseSharpeville ngaphambi kokupholi buka Robert Sobukwe we-PAC lokho kwavezela umhlaba wonke isihluku esenziwa songahlonipha amalungelo abantu ukuthi namhlanje uhulumeni weANC siyabona ukuthi ususa ukubaleka kwalezi insuku ngokuqamba lolu suku ngabusha alibize ngokuthi usuku lamalungelo abantu. The MK Party does not mince its work. MK Party is led by one of the foremost activists in the fight for human rights and dignity. His Excellency President Gedleyihlekisa Mhlanganyela Zuma. A man who endured 10 years of imprisonment on Robben Island, lived in real exile, and risked his life daily, not for personal gain, but for the freedom of our people. President Zuma represented the true face of sacrifice in the fight for the human rights, unlike those who now occupy high offices but never truly walk the path of struggle.
We remember Kwezi.
Honorable members, no, you can't do that. Honorable Malinga, please, can I assist you? Honorable members, when a member is debating on a podium, it can't be that you just open your mic without raising your hand. Can we please keep the decorum of the House? Continue, Honorable Maling.
Mawungangikholwa uye lapha eNamibia njengoba kade kugcotshwa upresident. Uyobona ukuthi makubiza umsholozi abaseNamibia abazini ngaye. Hayi phala lesukume kwathula kwathi cwaka. Umbimbo lwenziwa iANC neDemocratic Alliance le endubile namhlanje akuwona umshado lo umkipito uqobo lwawo. Inhloso yakho uqeda isithunzi sabantu abamnyama abaqhubeka behlupheka nompofu abahlukunyezwa ungabe namathuba anele abawathola ngonyaka ka1994. Lolu bumbano ke liyihlazo uyalazi igumuncu into enuka phuhlu njengeqanda lenjelwane. Iqembu leMK Party lifuna ukukhumbuza abantu baseningizimu Afrika.
Honorable Malinga, can you please take a seat? There's Honorable Lucia.
No, thank you very much. Is the member aware that he's just voted with the DA that he's talking about?
No, Honorable Member. Honorable Malinga, please.
I think the speech is 2 weeks old.
No, Honorable Malinga, please take the podium. That is not a point of order.
Speech.
Honorable Malinga, please continue.
When we GNU ne-DA njalo.
Iqembu lomkhonto wesizwe ke lifuna ukukhumbuza abantu baseningizimu Afrika ukuthi obani iDemocratic Alliance. iDemocratic Alliance umphotshozelwa igumuncu leNational Party eyaphekwa ngobandlululo. Umzali weDA uTony Leon wayendodana kaJustice Rowan Leon owagweba intsha eyayilwela amalungelo abantu. Kwakungiyise kaTony Leon owathumela uAndrew Zondo owayeneminyaka eyishumi ezintanjeni zikaDilikajele. iDA ke iyona enezimpande zayo zeNational Party eyayibusa ngesikhathi sobandlululo. Ayikaze iveze ukuzisola nokuhlanza ngezenzo zalabo abangaphambi kwayo. iMK Party iyakhumbuza abaholi beGNU ukuthi iDA inuka phuhlu igazi ezandleni zayo. Umhlaba wethu wathathwa ngonyaka ka1652 ngesikhathi kufika uYan van Riebeeck nezihlobo zakhe kulelizwe. Kusukela ngaleso sikhathi akaze kube khona ukuthula ezweni lakithi. Umkhonto wesizwe party ufuna umhlaba ubuyele kubantu ngaphandle kwesinqephezelo ngoba nawo wathathwa ngaphandle kokunxeshezelwa kwabantu. MK Party ifuna amalungelo abantu bonke abahlukunyezwa ngaphansi kombuso wobandlululo abuyiselwe. Lokhu kusho ukuthi imindeni yabantu abangamashumi ayisithupha nesishagalolunye ababulawa eSharpeville kufanele bathole isinqephezelo esingaphezulu kuka2 million umuntu emunye. Ayikho into ebuhlungu njengokuphila ezweni elicebile kunawo wonke eAfrika kodwa abantu bayo belokhu bebhuqabhuqa ubuphofu. Igidi zabantu ezingamashumi amathathu baseNingizimu Afrika baphila ngaphansi kobupha nobuphofu. Abanye balala bengadlile kuyilapho abaholi beGNU bedla izambana likaBhondo. iANC eyayisophondweni lokulelwa amalungelo abantu ilahlekelwe ulayini namhlanje. Kunokushintsha impilo zabantu abacindezelwe, ishintsha insuku zomlando ukuze isuse ukubaluleka kwezwe nomlando walo. Mawukhumbula nje usuku lenkosi uShaka Zulu selenziwa usuku lamasiko, usuku likaDingane selaba usuku lokubuyisana, kanti nalo lolu lwaseSharpeville selaba usuku lwehuman rights. Mangabe swalelwa ngempela amalungelo abantu, umhlonishwe esimthandayo nesimthembayo uKhuzeni ugogodile kwezemfundo kodwa usosekela ingcuba ekhalamanzi kandlebe sikhanyilanga emini kabha uphendulwa inqelebane yabelungu iGNU.
Honorable Malinga, can you please take your seat? There's a hand. Yes, Honorable Member.
No, thank you so much, Chair. Is the member able to take a question? Does he really believe in what he's saying about his own leader? Because this can't be right.
Okay, Honorable Malinga, will you be able to take a question?
I will give you my WhatsApp number. You can WhatsApp me.
That's a no then. Continue, Honorable Member.
Chair. Umbuzo ke ukuthi Chair libasaba
Honorable Malinga. The hand of Honorable Deputy Minister Uzigalal.
Chair, may I request your protection that my name be not used by the very same people who have just voted with the DA.
Wena kuGNU njalo. Wena Zigalala kuGNU.
Honorable
Deputizing a
Malinga, please continue.
matriculant. We are worshipping a matriculant.
Umbuzo ukuthi nibesabana belungu. Niyasabana masela ntshontshe izwe lethu. Sikhuluma nje namhlanje izikole zakithi azinawo amanzi.
Kodwa
ukubala izimbalwa nje. Mawushona kwaZulu Natal esikhetha uxolo awekho amanzi, ayikho indawo yendle. Mawushona evuka uyiphathe izingane zigcwele phakathi ziyimpethu zendlovu. Sithi nje njenge MK Party amalume omuntu omnyama ayobuya mhlazane babuyelwa ongakwabo. Mhlazane babuyelwa umhlaba wabuyela ezandleni zabo. Umhlaba wabantu ke bakithi awubuyiselwe kubona ngaphandle kwenqephezelo. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza. Awuwe uhulumeni wamasela uwe. Awuwe uhulumeni wamasela uwe. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza. sithi njengomkhonto wesizwe ke amalungelo abantu baseSharpeville akuzwakale kahle lokho selokhu balinyazwa uhulumeni obandlululo abakaze banxeshezelwe kuze kube manje.
Honorable Malinga, your time has expired.
Kwaza mkhonto kwaza.
Bye-bye. Honorable Mo.
Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, today we rise in this House to mark Human Rights Day, a moment to reflect not only on our painful history, but also on the progress we've made in building a just and equitable society. Human Rights Day is not symbolic, it is a call to action. A reminder that the rights enshrined in our Constitution must be protected, advanced, and realized. Among these is the right to water. Section 27 of the Constitution guarantees that everyone has the right to have access to sufficient water, and the state must make reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of that right. But how can we speak of progressive realization when we are, in truth, experiencing a progressive collapse? The 2023 Blue Drop report shows that 277 water supply systems, 29% of all of the nation's assessed systems, are in a critical state. That's an increase of over 100 water supply systems in the last year, dropping into the critical category. The Green Drop report reveals that 64% of water treatment systems are in high or critical risk. This isn't just a service delivery issue, it is a human rights crisis. When communities go weeks without water, when sewage runs through the streets of our towns, and when water from the tap is too dangerous to drink, people are being denied their basic rights. Their right to dignity, to health, to education, and to a safe environment. This past week, the Water and Sanitation in Durban was convened to try and address this very crisis. Even there it became clear national government is having to step in because water services authorities across the country are failing. Municipalities are not maintaining infrastructure, not paying water boards, and not collecting revenue. And this failure is not random. It is the result of decades of mismanagement, cadre deployment, and political protectionism by the ANC. This House just passed the National Fiscal Framework, and let us not forget, it was passed without the support of the Democratic Alliance. The ANC, instead of working with its core partner in the Government of National Unity, the DA, chose instead to align with Action SA to raise VAT and ignore our proposals that would have grown the economy and created jobs. And why did the DA withhold our support? Because we are fighting for fiscal discipline, spending reform, and sustainable budgeting. We want government to reduce wasteful expenditure, shrink the bloated wage bill, and allocate more resources to frontline services like water, sanitation, education, and health. We are fighting to rescue our economy from a debt trap that threatens not only our growth, but our very democracy. And while the ANC talks about rights, it actively undermines them by bankrupting municipalities, collapsing basic services, and now threatening to do the same to national government finances. We are seeing a mirror effect, colleagues. At a municipal level, ANC-run towns are failing to deliver water and basic services. At a provincial level, The same dysfunction is replicated in health, education, and housing. And now at a national level, the ANC is turning away from the path of responsibility and choosing instead the path of patronage politics and reckless popularism. Fellow South Africans, if you want to know why your municipality can't fix broken pipes, why your clinic doesn't have clean water, and why your toilet can't flush, it is because the ANC has spent the last 3 decades building a state not on merit, but on political loyalty.
Honorable Moore, can you please kindly take your seat? Honorable member from the EFF, what you are doing is not allowed in the house, and you know. You can't take photos inside the house. It is not allowed. And I will not repeat it again. Continue, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, let me be clear. The right to water is not just about access, it is about governance. When water is lost through leaks, when wastewater contaminates rivers, when infrastructure decays because tenders are given to friends and not experts, people suffer. And that suffering is not accidental. It is the direct result of failed governance. This is a government that has chosen its own political survival over the survival of its people. It has chosen backroom deals over transparent budgeting. It has chosen alliances of convenience over coalitions of principle. But there is a different path, fellow South Africans, a path grounded in constitutionalism, fiscal discipline, good governance, and delivery. The DA has already shown in municipalities where we govern across the country that this is possible. In the Western Cape, 92% of drinking water systems meet national standards, and here in Cape Town, they survived the worst drought in their history by working with communities, experts, and civil society without collapsing. We have put forward budget reform proposals, cost-cutting measures, and infrastructure investment plans that could rebuild this country, but they will require political will. And right now that political will is being traded away in order to satisfy the ANC's short-term coalition arithmetic. So on this Human Rights Day, let us not be fooled by speeches that celebrate our Constitution while undermining it in practice. Let us not praise the right to water while watching taps run dry.
Can you kindly take your seat? There's a point of order. Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, can the Honorable Member take a question? He's talking about Western Cape. Which communities is he referring to? In Straysby, in Kaeli,
Okay.
in Kanga, in his argument of human rights?
Honorable Member, can you take a question?
No, Chairperson, this one's wasting our time.
Proceed,
So
Honorable
on this
Member.
Human Rights Day, let us not be fooled by speeches that celebrate our Constitution while undermining it in practice. Let us not praise the right to water while watching it dry up. Let us not talk of dignity while communities live in sewage. The DA will continue to fight for a South Africa where rights are not aspirational but real, where budgets work for the people, where municipalities are functional, and where government is honest. Because, South Africans, the greatest honor we can pay to the legacy of Human Rights Day is not rhetoric, it is reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mushala.
Chairperson, the day historical revisionism is forcing us to celebrate as Human Rights Day is in fact a day of commemoration of murder of black people by an entitled bunch of settlers in this country. It was on the 21st of March in 1960 when 69 African people were killed in cold blood and over 180 injured by an unrepentant racist white minority regime. The only sin these African people committed on African soil was to be black and to demand that their humanity as African people be respected, that they must not be required to carry dome passes in the land of their own birth, that they must not be treated like lepers by a foreign invader in Africa. When Robert Sugar made the call for African people to resist the insidious oppression and exploitation of African people by the apartheid regime, he called on the African people to take their liberation into their own hands because they had no one else by themselves. He drew the line between the people and the enemy, and he emphasized that there was nothing of common interest between the people and their oppressors. He famously said they are fighting to entrench an outworn, anachronistic, vile system of oppression. We represent progress. They represent decadence. We represent fresh fragments of flowers in bloom. They represent the rancid smell of decaying vegetation. We have the whole country or world on our side. We have history on our side. We will win. The racist regime which provided comfort for the settler minority responded the only way Europeans know how, by mowing innocent African people to death. Today, the modus operandi of racists hasn't changed. They still own all land, they still own all minerals, control the economy, continue subjecting black people to subhuman treatment. They refuse all attempt to recognize the humanity of African people. They oppose even timid legislative reforms such as the BELA, the NHI, and Toothless Expropriation Act. They do this and are emboldened to do this because they are horrified by any notion of equality between themselves as settler group and African people. The settler minority is as emboldened as it is because they know that the nationalist bourgeoisie running the country has no ability to reconfigure the country in a way that would take power away from settlers and affirm natives as full human. It is for this reason that this settler minority is now sharing power with the nationalist bourgeoisie so that the settler can leash on the nationalist bourgeoisie very tight. While this senseless dance between the ANC and the DA goes on, African people's humanity is even in a more precarious stage. Chairperson, the fight of human rights in this country has never ended. It continues every day in every courtroom where justice is sold to the highest bidder, in every police station where cases of gender-based violence are ignored, in every parliament session where those who claim to lead the people betray them to political expediency. Omotoso saga is a prime example of how the ANC-DA coalition government and its compromised national prosecuting authority have failed the victims of gender-based violence. It is a disgrace that in a country where femicide is a pandemic, the NPA cannot successfully prosecute a high-profile case, not because there is no evidence, but because of incompetence. Children as young as 7 years, such as Twete, are raped and no one is ever held accountable. There are over 11,000 cases of rape every single quarter in this country. The murder rate is worse than that in war-torn areas, with over 40,000 people killed every year in this country. Over 40% of our people are unemployed, and over 50% of young people looking for work and are unable to find work. Over 1 million of households are living in shacks in this country and have no one else to call home. This is the state of human rights violation still perpetrated on Africans 31 years into democracy. This is what the DA AfriForum and their funders and Apples in America want to continue in this country. It is for this reason that they are prepared to do all in their power to prevent the EFF forever being government. They do this because they know that the EFF will will take land and give it back to the dispossessed thieves. They know that, that only the EFF has the necessary wherewithal to nationalize the mind and strategic sectors of economy to ensure that this benefit the majority of our people, not just a tiny fractions of the racist settler community. They know that it is only the EFF that will guarantee universal access to quality healthcare, universal access to quality education from primary to the university level. It is only the EFF that would root out the deeply entrenched corrupt tentacles, entangles the ANC with the interest of the white racist capital. The EFF are the only true heirs to the bold and uncompromising legacy of
Honorable
Robert
Mushala,
It will only
your
be
time has
under the
expired.
EFF government that African people will have their rightful heirs. Justice.
Honorable
for
Mushala,
Kwekwe.
your time has expired.
Justice for Kwekwe. We are demanding justice.
Honorable Hadebe.
House Chairperson, on the 21st of March, our country commemorated Human Rights Day, a day that holds deep significance in our nation's history. It reminds us of the sacrifices made to pursue justice, freedom, and dignity. Values enshrined in our Constitution, but they remain under threat due to ongoing injustices. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we stand firm in our commitment to defending human rights, not just as a symbolic promise, but as a practical mission that must translate into action. While we celebrate the progress made, we cannot ignore the deep inequalities that persist. Human rights lose their meaning in a country where millions remain unemployed, where corruption steals from the poor, where gender-based violence is rampant, and where safety is a privilege rather than a right. These injustices betray the principles of Human Rights Day and dishonor those who sacrificed their lives for our freedom. For 5 decades, the IFP has been at the forefront of the fight for justice, democracy, and equality in South Africa. Since its founding in 1975 by Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, we have consistently championed human rights, advocating for the protection of civil liberties, economic empowerment, and accountable governance. We played a pivotal role in South Africa's transition to democracy, engaging in negotiations that shaped our constitution while ensuring that the voices of marginalized communities were heard. The IFP also formed a significant part of the drafting process of the Bill of Rights within our constitution. Our party has remained steadfast in opposing corruption, standing for good governance, and pushing for policies that uplift the most vulnerable members of our society. As the IFP marks 50 years of service, yes, 50 years, not 1 year, we reaffirm our commitment to building a South Africa where human rights are not theoretical but are upheld in everyday life. Our legacy is one of resilience, and our future remains dedicated to ensuring that the promises of democracy are fulfilled for all citizens.
Honorable Hatebe, can you please take a seat? There's a hand. I can't see, but there's a hand. Yes, continue, Honorable Member.
Nhlonishwa hloniphekile. Yizwa ubaba uHadebe la ekhuluma ngenkatha yenkululeko. Yebo kwakunjalo. Kodwa kungididayo ungadideki thi kwakuyinkatha.
Honorable Member, that is not a point of order. Honorable Member, Honorable Member,
bonke omasipala babo baphuza nenkonzo nengulube.
Honorable Member,
abantu angazi ukuthi yiphi le
Honorable Member from the MK. Honorable Member from the MK.
Ifuna hlukanise.
Can you please switch off the mic? Switch off the mic.
Ngoba ngazi inkululeko yaphelele.
Switch off the mic.
Khuluma ngesizulu.
Switch off her mic.
Angazi usho iphi inkululeko kaDebe.
Honorable member, Honorable Manye, Honorable Manye,
Switch on the mic.
Ngikhuluma isiZulu ongangizwa.
Honorable Manye. I have been calling you and I do know that you've been hearing me. An honorable member raised her hand.
Yeah.
I recognized the hand thinking that it's a point of order. And she was now making a statement and I told her that she's out of order, but she continued. Honorable member.
Now can I sit to chair?
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Can I assist you, Chair?
Honorable member. Honorable member, if you don't want to listen to what I'm saying.
Please, khuluma ngesizulu.
Okay.
Khuluma ngesizulu.
Mhlonishwa. Mhlonishwa. Akwenziwa angikaze ngithi khuluma angizange ngithi khuluma akwenziwa lokho akwenzayo khona manje awuyenzi le nto oyenzayo and what into enisho ukuthi akawuzwa ayikho because manje ngimrecognize ngesilungu wawuzwa ngesilungu ukuthi ngiyamrecognize mama ungayenzi le nto futhi ngoba mawuyenza futhi ngizocela ukuthi ushiye la endlini. You don't do that. Honorable Hadebe, continue.
As the IFP, we reaffirm our commitment to protecting and advancing human rights through action, not empty promises. It is with this in mind that we especially call for stronger protection of our women and children through harsher penalties for gender-based violence and improved community safety. Human Rights Day is not just a commemoration, it is a call to action. It is a reminder that rights are not given, they must be defended. We will continue to fight for a South Africa where dignity, equality and justice are more than ideals. They are a reality for every citizen. As the IFP celebrate 50 years of commitment to human rights, let us honor the past by shaping a better future. Let us work together to build a country where human rights are not selective but universal, where freedom is not conditional but absolute. Honorable House Chairperson, I conclude by giving an advice to my colleague that if you feel that you can't contain or control your emotion, stay away from the microphone. Otherwise, you are going to say things that you will regret. People that have elected us to come to this house are expecting us to represent them, not to rant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable South.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Mwenke ahuniki. Kendrick Lamar, a popular American musician, in his Super Bowl performance went viral when he did his hit entitled "They Are Not Like Us." The subliminal messaging resonated mostly with African Americans because it seemed like Lamar was addressing the elephant in the room, saying that the former slave masters who infringed upon the human rights of the former slaves are not like us. But surprisingly, the descendants of the former slave masters danced along to the tune in agreement, and the question is why? Because every system of oppression and slavery is built upon upon and kept alive by the ideology that they are not like us. For as long as whites say of blacks, they are not like us, and blacks say of whites, they are not like us, then we will have a Bill of Rights with a system that is still not right. We say they are like us. When the People's Assembly made up of black, white, colored, and Indian gathered in Kliptown to sign the Freedom Charter, it was because whites and blacks said of each other, they are like us. Anton Franz fought off apartheid police, and when they threatened to kill him, which they did, he screamed, "Kohaume," because when he, as a 20-year-old colored African, looked at his black brothers and sisters, he said, they are like us.
Honorable Souls,
when our Khoi
Honorable
son,
Souls, just take your seat for a moment. I have a hand to my left. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Souls, can you take a question?
Honorable Souls, are you prepared to take a question? Thanks. Honorable Souls is not prepared. Please proceed.
When our Khoisan forefathers welcomed Portuguese, Dutch, and British settlers for a temporary stay, and they forcefully made it permanent, it was because they believed that they are like us. If we are going to deepen social justice and human rights, we as South Africans will have to say, I am you, and that is Ubuntu. When we see Rassi leading the Bokke to represent our national unity globally, we must say that is us. When we see KZN Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkwanazi win his fight against crime, we must all say that is us. When we see Minister Mackenzie stand for the inclusion of all races in DSEC, we must say that is us. We will only deepen social justice and human rights when those who are corrupt amongst us, whether white, black, colored, or Indian, of them we must all say they are not like us. Those amongst us who loots, they are not like us. Those amongst all of us who are racist, they are not like us. Those amongst us who kidnaps our children like Jocelyn Smith and rapes them like Kwekwe, they are not like us. Those amongst us in the GNU who continuously returns to their default colonialist setting of arrogance, who pretends to fight for all South Africans against the VAT increase, but when asked for alternatives, they speak only of Cape Town and Richards Bay ports devolution, exposing that they are only concerned about what they consider their country, Cape Town, and definitely not the poor parts of it like Mitchell's Plain and Langa. Of them only we must say they are not like us. And Federan, we don't have a bill of black rights, colored rights, Indian or white rights. We have a bill of human rights. We won't take 4 acres and a mule. We shall pay market value for it and share the rest fairly until we are all owners. We are all South African. We are all Africans in particular. Awelani, Ayo, Salute Massacre.
Honorable van Staden.
Geachte voorzitter, mensenregte is 'n dag waarop die regte vir mense gedenk word, en dit word omskryf as die basiese regte en vryhede waarop alle mense geregtig is, wat dikwels geag word as sou dit die reg tot lewe en vryheid van denking en uitdrukking en gelykheid voor die reg insluit. In die Suid-Afrikaanse grondwet is Suid-Afrikaners se regte gewaarborg deur middel van die handves van regte, en hierdie handves van regte is volgens die grondwet die hoeksteen van demokrasie in Suid-Afrika, en dit verskans die regte van alle mense in ons land, en dit bevestig die demokratiese waardes van menswaardigheid, gelykheid en vryheid. The Bill of Rights guarantees us variety, equality, human dignity, life freedom, environment, property, housing, healthcare, food, water, the rights of children, education, and the list goes on. In March of this year, the South African Institute of Race Relations published on their website that South Africa has adopted 319 racial acts since 1910. 117 racial acts of parliament have been adopted since 1994, whereas 142 racial acts of parliament are still operative today. Ons moet ook besef dat die verdieping van die kultuur van menseregte beteken dat die kultuur en verstaan van menseregte uitgebrei moet word. Vir te lank al val die klem net eksklusief op individuele menseregte. En mense is nie net maar individue nie, maar hulle kom by een groepe of gemeenskappe. En sulke groepe en gemeenskappe het ook regte wat tuis hoort onder die oorkoepelende term van menseregte. Juist daarom moet menseregte ook in Suid-Afrika uitgebrei word om die regte van gemeenskappe en groepe te erken. Dit is die ware toets van demokrasie, wat nie net neerkom op 'n een mens, een stem nie, want dit lei tot 'n renie van die meerderheid. Moderne demokrasie word erken aan die beskerming en akkommodering wat aan minderhede en groepe gebied word. So we need to ask each other the following question. What is there to celebrate on Human Rights Day? How can we as a nation celebrate Human Rights Day when 28 million of our people are depending on state grants and when people sleep on the streets? If we cannot provide the basic healthcare services to our citizens and human rights violations are taking place in our public hospitals, if millions of South Africans do not have housing, water, a clean environment and basic infrastructure, with race-based laws on our statute book like affirmative action and broad-based black economic empowerment, with laws like expropriation without compensation, BELA, and for national health insurance, when there is no law and order, when children do not have access to basic education and those who do still have to use pit toilets at their schools and without books and learning material, when our economic progress is hampered by the construction mafia, when our children die in hospitals due to food poisoning, when our citizens fears for their safety because of our borders that are open to anyone who can come here and do whatever they want to do, when people across the country's waters come contaminated with sewage, when our children are abducted due to child trafficking, when our farmers and farm workers are being attacked and murdered and slaughtered in huge numbers, when the ANC is supporting international terrorist organizations, when our troops are sent to the DRC without any help and assistance. How can we celebrate this day when our policemen and women are killed? Die eenvoudige antwoord is dat daar absoluut niks is om te vier nie. Ons as wetgewers is tans besig om alle waarborge en regte wat in ons grondwet verskans is gruwelooslik te verbreek en te skend, en dit veroorsaak dat ons tans die muisond geword het in die oë van die internasionale gemeenskap. Wat 'n absolute skande. Die tyd het aangebreek om Suid-Afrika eerste te plaas en weg te doen met rasgedrewe ANC-ideologie. Ek dank u.
Honorable Beasley.
Speaker, the only way we're going to deepen a culture of social justice and human rights in our country is through a revolution. Not a violent revolution, but rather a moral revolution. Currently, South Africa is plagued with numerous and devastating social injustices and human rights violations. Two of the most pervasive and harmful social injustices and human rights abuse that I want to touch on are that of unemployment and hunger. I'm going to give two examples that have had a huge impact on me to illustrate the injustices of these two human rights abuses. Firstly, unemployment. A while back, I was volunteering for an organization called the Red Light Anti-Human Trafficking Organization. One night when we were ministering to sex workers, I met a young woman who was drinking box wine through a straw to numb her body and mind for what lay ahead for her that night. What struck me was not that she was young, or that she was numbing her body, or that she could be my daughter, but rather she did not want to be there. Through unemployment, she was trapped in economic slavery and was forced to sell her body. Unemployment was physically, mentally, and emotionally destroying her. Martin Luther King Jr. refers to unemployment as psychological murder, as it deprives a person of their dreams, their agencies, their hopes, and a chance to live a life of purpose. In our country, we have over 8 million people murdered this way. This includes 46% of all our youth. Unemployment in our country is a human rights crisis. On hunger, during the school holidays, I was assisting at a community feeding scheme that fed people from a particularly poor community. As it was school holidays, many children came for a meal since they were not receiving a meal at school. For many children, it was the only meal of the day. One child, after receiving his food, accidentally dropped his food on the floor. The shock and horror on his face as he had thought he had lost his only meal of the day was painful to witness. Hunger has been described as a slow violence. More than 50% of households are going to bed hungry tonight. More than 50% of households are subject to slow violence. Hunger in our country is a human rights crisis. The only way we're going to address the unemployment and hunger crisis, as well as other social injustices and human rights violations plaguing our beautiful country, is if there's a moral revolution. Speaker, that moral revolution must start with Parliament. People must be put first. People must be prioritized before party politics and egos. As Martin Luther King Jr. says, the time is always right to do what is right. It is time for Parliament to do what is right. And Speaker, as I conclude, the most trended word today is Action SA. I'm so proud to be part of a non-racial party that puts people first, rather than another political party that continues to drive a fear narrative, divides a nation, and believes in white supremacy. I come from a mixed-coloured family, and it is time for us to unite and rather than be divided. I thank you, Chair.
Honourable String.
Honourable House Chairperson, as we consider this debate on human rights, allow me to dispel the lie that South Africa is a secular state. At the drafting of our constitution in 1996, the ACDP president fought against SA being a secular democracy. We won this battle when some 50,000 Christians marched to Parliament supporting the ACDP's position, resulting in no mention of the word secular in our constitution. Rather, in the preamble we have, may God bless our people, Nkosi Sikelela iAfrika. The ACDP was not silent then, and we will not be silent now. We condemn in the strongest terms the violation of the human rights of the Christian and Alawite communities in Syria by the new government forces HTS. In recent weeks, thousands have been brutally murdered, Christians targeted, and a Syrian Alawite mother watched as her 3 unarmed sons were shot in cold blood. As corpses piled up in the streets, the mainstream media and international community was stunningly silent. The ACDP will not be silent of these gross violations of human rights. On a scale not seen before, some 16.2 million Christians, mainly women and children, in sub-Saharan Africa have been displaced, violently persecuted, murdered, raped, and kidnapped by groups that call themselves Islamic jihadists, and the world is silent. Is it because they are Christian or African? The ACDP will not be silent. Mozambique is listed as the 32nd most dangerous country to be a Christian. In 2022, the Mashabobos linked to Al-Shabaab attacked a Catholic mission in Nampula, killing an elderly missionary and burning down several churches. In Cabo Delgado, 11 Christians were executed in September 2023. In 2024, these extremists launched a campaign targeting Christians called "Kill Them Where You Find Them." The ACDP will not be silent. Thousands of South Africans cannot celebrate human rights as they do not receive proper medical treatment, education, or access to potable water. And in one of the greatest human rights violations ever, and in contravention of Chapter 211 of our Constitution, millions of babies are murdered while still in their mothers' wombs. On these human rights violations, the ACDP will not be silent.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kwankwa.
House Chair, Human Rights Day reminds us of the price we paid for our treasured human rights. However, for many victims of human rights violations, it is just a reminder that their rights are invalidated as they continue to be traumatized and re-victimized by the sluggish justice system. Nowhere was this more evident than the fact that the justice system failed Kwekwe, a 7-year-old grade 1 learner who is a victim of a horrific sexual assault at Beckford View College in Matatiele. It has now been 5 months since the incident happened, but no arrests are yet to be made. Kwekwe is one of the many children who are subjected on a daily basis to worst forms of abuse, particularly in schools where learners are either raped by teachers or they die because they fall into pit latrines. In fact, it is such a shame that nowadays there are no longer safe spaces for our children. 632 children were reported missing in 2024. On the same year, at least 22 children died from plaza shops, poisonous food, and no justice has been served. Honorable members, the brutality of our society towards vulnerable groups is unbearable. Many elderly people are subjected to physical, emotional, and financial abuse, while others are subjected to horrifying accusations of witchcraft, often with fatal consequences. Not to mention the intolerable high levels of gender-based violence against women in South Africa. As already cited here, that the stats, Q3 stats, confirmed that a woman is raped every 12 minutes in our country. It is time to increase the urgency in addressing the systemic injustices facing the marginalized groups, and we have to strengthen the already existing legislative reforms that we have undertaken to ensure justice for all, more especially for children. The Department of Basic Education should also conduct proper vetting, especially for teachers, before employing teachers. It should also ensure or create a framework where teachers will have files containing their performance, misconduct, and allegations to avoid having perpetrators abusing children from one school moving to another school. We must also be the voice of the voiceless to achieve human rights, especially on the African continent. Let us think about the women and the girls in the Democratic Republic of Congo who've been subjected to increased levels of sexual assaults, where rape is used as a weapon of war. We need to speak up for change. Our voices can influence policies that promote the betterment of our humanity. Siyabulela.
Thank you. Honorable Garner.
Na khensa mtshamaxitulu ni yima ka majambu ya namuntlha ni yimela ku khensa ku hlonipha no xixima maAfrika-Dzonga lava nga lahlekela hi vutomi va lwela ntshunxeko lowu ka siku ra namuntlha hi vulavulaka hi wona. Hi na timfanelo hikuva maAfrika-Dzonga va lahlekele hi vutomi va karhi va lwela ntshunxeko wa Afrika-Dzonga. Honorable members, many have made tremendous sacrifices to ensure that we can enjoy the rights we do now. We must not forget these sacrifices. Yet, there remains a long road ahead of us to ensure that everyone, especially our children, in South Africa fully enjoys the rights set out in our Constitution. We must not lose sight of this imperative. We must continue to fight for the rights of all South Africans and build a better future for our children. On the 21st of March 1960, a battle for democracy and rights at Sharpeville resulted in 69 people losing their lives and 180 people wounded. Every year, we return to Sharpeville to commemorate this sacrifice, particularly for the role that it played in securing the rights that we now have. Yet, when you walk in Sharpeville, you can see the poverty. You can smell the poverty. Every year we go to Sharpeville, we see the reality that many South Africa still do not enjoy the rights that so many have sacrificed and then we leave. We have a duty and a responsibility to build a better South Africa for our children than the one we received or the one that we live in. Unfortunately, we are failing in this day. In recent weeks, we have once again heard of how our schools, the very same places that are meant to strengthen our children's future, are becoming war zones. Almost 300 rapes, 36 murders were recorded at our educational institutions between April and December last year. Not only are our children starving and thirsty at home, they are not even safe at schools. Honorable members, our children are suffering in the shadows of the many sharp veils which we do not visit. The many schools that we do not see, we are failing in our responsibility to provide them with a better future. We need to ensure that every home has a piped water, and we must also introduce regulations to ensure that an essential basket of nutritional foodstuff remain affordable for all, and we must expand this National School Nutrition Program to ensure that our children are fed 365 days a year.
Honorable Glazo Webster.
Honorable House Chair, I was here in Parliament yesterday when a group of South Africans marched past this House. And they marched because of a horror that has unfolded at a school in this country. They marched to stand up against one of the most brutal and one of the most painful violations of human rights in this country, an assault on a child, violence against children in this country. So to have a debate about Human Rights Day and not speak about this human rights crisis, the crisis of violence against children, gender-based violence, and femicide would actually be a betrayal. Human Rights Day reminds us of lives that were lost in the fight for human dignity, freedom, and justice, particularly 69 people killed in Sharpeville in 1960. But for these rights to mean anything, they have to protect humanity. They particularly have to protect the most vulnerable among us, because what are human rights to a child like Kwekwe, who was harmed in a place that is supposed to nurture her? Her story has moved a nation not because it is rare. It's moved a nation because it is all too familiar. Those women who were marching in the streets yesterday marched because either Kwekwe is them, or because it has happened to their children, or because it has happened to their family. This case is not an isolated case. In recent weeks, we've heard about a child in grade 7 in Limpopo. This is a system-wide failure. And as parliamentarians, we have a right to respond. That's why as Build One South Africa, we've called for an urgent nationwide rescreening of educators and school staff against the National Register for Sex Offenders, because that is a tool that has been underutilized and inconsistently applied. The current law only insists on screening at the point of hiring. That means that an educator, after a few years, can actually violate and still be in the system and still be teaching and standing in front of children. We welcome the Minister of Basic Education's response to this call, but we need timelines, we need transparency, we need accountability. And we've additionally called consistently and will continue to fight for the National Register for Sex Offenders to be made public, because nobody wants to have in their child's school, in a clinic, as a coach, a perpetrator who is violating their children or is exposed to their children. So South Africans yesterday marched outside Parliament, and it wasn't by accident. They came here to this House because they've entrusted us with voice, they've entrusted us with the laws and with the will to make a change. And I urge you today, the parliamentarians in this House, for us to make that change, because we owe it to Kwekwe and to every single child in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Mahawu, who has permission to speak from her seat.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Today, as we commemorate Human Rights Day, we do so with a fierce resolve a resolve to deepen a culture of social justice and human rights across the country. We do not merely reflect on the past, we demand action. We stand here today committed to fighting for the dignity of every South African, particularly those whose rights have been trampled on by a system that too often turns a blind eye to injustice. The African Transformation Movement has never been passive in its fight for human rights. We do not sit idling by and wait for justice. We demand it. We hold the powerful to account, we take action, and we expect swift results. Honorable Chairperson, the ATM has already made its voice heard in the face of shocking cases of injustice. Let us speak of Lailane Nyana, a prominent figure of the Central University of Technology in the Free State, who has publicly admitted to using her position of influence to prey on young girls. On the podcast And Chill with MacG, she brazenly admitted to exploiting her platform to manipulate vulnerable girls. We as the ATM are not standing silent. We wrote to the NPA demanding that charges be laid against Nyana immediately. We wrote to the CUT urging them to suspend her from her position until the investigation is concluded. We will not allow the powerful to abuse their position without facing the full force of the law. We demand justice for every girl whose life was impacted by Nyana's action and will not rest until justice is served. Similarly, the ATM has demanded answers in the case of Twekwe, the young girl who allegedly raped at her school in the Eastern Cape. The horrific crime calls for immediate action. We have returned to the Police Ministry demanding answers as to why the case has been mishandled and will not accept any more delays. The ATM demands swift action, will not allow another child to be left in the hands of justice system that fails to protect the vulnerable. We have also returned to the Minister of Basic Education, urging her to take immediate action to ensure that schools become safe space for our children, not places where they are preyed upon. The ATM demands urgent intervention to protect the rights and dignity of all learners across South Africa. Will not stand by and watch as human rights are violated. Will not allow corruption, violence, and exploitation to go unchecked. The struggle for human rights must go beyond criminal justice. It must be woven into the very fabric of our society. The ATM's mission is to ensure that every South African has access to basic human rights, access to education, health care, clean water, and economic opportunities.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired. Honourable Saleh.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Assalamu alaikum. As Al-Jama, we note that Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the laws of our country is in tatters and it has been violated over and over. The International Court of Justice has proven not to be the highest court in the world, in name yes, but with not much teeth. It has failed the Palestinians as it lacks the ability to take to task the Zionist Israeli bloodthirsty leaders and their supporters and their gross human rights violations. We are sitting here today from our own country to many others around the world where human rights abuses have increased without shame. In fact, we have those rejoicing the massacre, starving of and denial of basic human rights. We have people who are supposed to be God conscious, lacking humanity. Reality, we don't have to be God conscious to switch on our humanity. We have people denying a genocide happening in their lifetime before their eyes, calling the brutal murder of babies, children, civilians as regrettable and that they are casualties of war. Yet they do nothing to stop it. They protect and defend the perpetrators, people who see certain lives as more important than others, people who support theft of land and property, the bombing of innocent lives, torture and famine. Shame on all who are guilty and in denial. Shame on all for allowing these atrocities to happening, talking, negotiating, workshopping, benefiting on the misery of others. In our country, many of our people are dragged out under influence of alcohol, desperate in escaping the hopelessness of their situation, denied a decent education, homes, jobs, dignity, massacred, their land taken, restricted on their own land. Our country is raped of its resources, and who benefits? Most definitely not the people of this country. Islamophobia in South Africa is rife, and Muslims are openly attacked. Look at the words being used in this very parliament to discriminate against Muslims. Muslims identified as Islamists and terrorists and targeted. Social media is rife with Islamophobia in South Africa. ACDP continues the hate speech and narrative of Islamist jihadists. Yet Muslims are sought after in elections. Why? Our compassion and contribution to the GDP and to the upliftment of the most impoverished. We are good enough when needed, but then discarded. In the DA-run city of Western Cape, freedom of speech is targeted and people arrested. Cases not strong enough withdrawn while human rights are violated. On Friday, a young man was arrested after a protest, clearly targeted and profiled. Honourable Speaker, members of Parliament and viewers, what human rights? Another debate. What action will be taken to protect us all and our offspring from apartheid, racial oppression, inequality, Islamophobia, economic discrimination, and the impact of forced removals? 30 years into democracy, we're still suffering. The World Day of Social Justice, South Africa Constitution recognizing the need to tackle these issues, social justice, equality, harmony, etc. March has come and gone, with the day of combat of Islamophobia forgotten by many.
Saleh, your time has now expired.
And Langa Day has come and gone. Ons praat te veel en ons doen te min.
Honourable
Dankie.
Saleh, thank you. Next speaker is the Honourable Magagula.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honourable members, having inherited a broken and divided nation, one of the principal tasks of the ANC-led government since 1994 has been protect and advance the ideals of human rights and live up to the words of President Nelson Mandela when he said, I quote, "Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another and suffer the indignity of being the skunk of the world." Close quote. These words have since been expressed in the Bill of Rights and our Constitution as cornerstones shaping how this land is governed and advancing the national democratic revolution. In the many strides advanced by the ANC-led government, we have seen significant progress in empowering women in various fields. These efforts have supported the achievements that have given us, like Asad Mahapa, who became the first black female pilot, Asanda Luwata, a young black woman who is the executive chairperson of the NYDA, and Desiree Ellis, who leads our nation's Banyana Banyana, which has made our country proud on many occasions. Many, despite the incredible legislative reforms and social programs to advance women's rights as human rights, too many women remain disenfranchised and victims of abuse. The late President of Mozambique, Samora Machel, reminds us that our quest for liberation will never be complete without the total emancipation of women. I quote, "The emancipation of women is not an act of charity, the result of a humanitarian and compassionate attitude. The liberation of women is a fundamental necessity for the revolution, the guarantee of its continuity and the precondition for its victory." Close quote. These sentiments remind us that sustainable development cannot coexist with injustice. Therefore, we call for the release of the National Register for Sex Offenders as a critical step towards protecting vulnerable groups and empowering institutions to make informed decisions that prioritize public safety. We call on government departments to work together in holding abusers accountable and implementing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. As citizens, we also have an essential and active role to play.
Please just take your seat for a moment. I have a hand here to my left. Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognised?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to repeat myself, and unfortunately it's you who's sitting on the chair again. The Zulu language in all the interpretation and the Ndebele language is not here. I want to urge once again that please, Chair, let's balance this issue, because our people are sending us messages to say, what is happening again? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will ask the table staff and the technical staff to advise on that. Honourable Member, please continue.
When was that?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We call on all government departments to work together in holding abusers accountable and implementing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. We also note the global challenges that affect the rights of marginalized groups. To this end, we stand in solidarity with the LGBTQIA+ community in Uganda in the face of the Anti-Homosexuality Act, which imposes severe penalties for being part of the LGBTQIA+ community. We stand in solidarity with women across the world, from the Middle East to sub-Saharan Africa, where women's rights and access to reproductive rights are hindered, either due to restrictive laws or cultural, religious, and political instability. International and regional treaties such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights are essential in setting global goals and standards for protecting human rights and holding governments accountable. We must continuously raise our voices to affirm that human rights should not be luxury afforded based on where you were born, race, class, gender, or sexuality. Human rights are inherited from birth. We are all born equal and worthy of respect, dignity, and a fair treatment. Honourable Chair, we must also commend the government strides in prioritizing the dignity of poor and vulnerable through introducing the Social Relief Distress grant during the COVID-19 pandemic. Owing to its position or positive socio-economic impact, the government has been investing in and extending this program to continue supporting and empowering millions of South Africans. However, given the criteria role delayed by this grant, we call on for the SRD grant to be discontinued as a temporary measure and for the basic income grant to be introduced, which is a long-term comprehensive intervention. It is also essential to reflect that the 18 to 59 age group that receives such grants does not want to live off government assistance, but wants to work be self-sufficient. To this end, we call on the government and the private sector to continue investing in SMMEs and supporting economic growth to create opportunities and put our people to work. Democracy thrives on an active citizenry, where individuals can exercise their rights to expression and participation. Empowering citizens and building a robust nation that knows its rights can hold the government and institutions accountable for demanding fair treatment and protecting its rights essential. Under the Bill of Rights, every person has a right to life, equality, and human dignity. This includes the right to citizenship, security, and protest. Movements like the total shutdown, fees must fall, and roads must fall are examples of the power of active citizenry. These protests highlight the effectiveness of collective action in tracking system issues and achieving socio-economic liberation. Through such efforts, we can dismantle cycles of inequality and foster long-term progress for all. As we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter in June 2025, we remain true to ensuring that the rights of people shall be the same, regardless of race, color, or sex. We reaffirm the ANC's commitment to overcoming inequalities and building an inclusive society for all. The Bill of Rights and Constitution are the foundations of our nation, guiding all pursuit of a just...
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Thank you. I thank you.
Is there a speaker on behalf of the NCC? If not, then I recognise the Honourable the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
House Chairperson, we are here today because of the decision 65 years ago by the President of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, to launch the anti-pass campaign. This campaign sought to end the practice that the African majority had to carry a passbook that sought to control their movement and their access on the land that was stolen from them during the brutal wars of conquest and colonialism. The apartheid government's response to the anti-pass campaign on the 21st of March 1960 was equally brutally resulting in the massacre of 69 people in Sharpeville and 21 in Langa in Cape Town. The peaceful protesters that were killed and the hundreds that were injured were only advocating for a just and equitable society. They wanted to be treated as equal human beings in their land. The democratic order ended the dehumanization of the African majority by introducing legislation based on equality, human rights, and equity. Because people have different needs, it also actively promotes the participation of all individuals in all spheres of society. Most of all, the values of the democratic order values and respects diversity. These core principles of social justice are so perfectly enshrined in the Constitution that is considered the best in the world when it comes to the protection and promotion of human rights. But the majority of our people continue to experience a life of exclusion, unfairness, inequality, unemployment, and poverty. The restoration of the humanity and dignity of our people will only be complete if they have their land returned to them. Without land that is yours, you will continue to be a second-class citizen. Without land that is yours, you will continue to feel insecure in your place of residence. Without land that is yours, without land, your social status will continue to be in doubt. Without land, you will continue to be food insecure. Without land, your source of income and sustenance will continue to hang in the balance. But most of all, without land, your dignity is challenged. Those crying about expropriation must get used to this term restoration. As the rightful owners of the land, our dignity will never be fully restored if our land is not restored. The restoration of the land is the way to deepen our culture of social justice and human rights. This is the PAC I lead, the PAC that led Sharpeville, and I lead it with pride.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso Africa. As UAT, we argue that human rights in South Africa remain a dream deferred for the majority of our people. While our constitution guarantees dignity, equality, and freedom, the reality tells a different story. The struggle for land, the vision for Pan-African unity, and the principle of Ubuntu compel us to critically assess whether the human rights are truly realized in our beloved country. How can you speak of human rights when millions of South Africans remain landless? Land is not just a soil, it is a dignity, identity, and an economic freedom. The Section 25 of the Constitution, which protects the property rights, has failed to undo the historical injustice of colonial and apartheid land disposition. A prime example of the case of District 6 in Cape Town. In 1966, thousands of black and colored families were forcibly removed from their homes under the Group Area Act. Decades later, despite promises of land restitution, many are still waiting to return. Meanwhile, prime land remains in the hands of the privileged few. In the rural area, communities like Makasaneni, people in KwaZulu-Natal face the land grab from mining companies, leaving them without access to farming and water. The government's failure to protect these communities undermines the right for dignity, self-sufficiency, and economic freedom. If human rights are real, then the land must be returned to the rightful owners. In 2008, 2015, and again in 2019, we saw violent attack against African migrants in a place like Alexandra, Soweto, and Durban. This attack, fueled by economic frustration, reveal how our leaders have failed to implement Pan-African economic policies that uplift all Africans. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it's an opportunity to build unity. Yes, South Africa lags behind in fully utilizing it. If we truly believe in human rights, we must embrace African economic cooperation and stand in solidarity with African brothers and sisters. Consider the Lily Mine disaster of 2016. 3 mine workers, Bridget Nkambule, Yvonne Mnisi, and Solomon Nyirenda, were trapped underground when the shaft collapsed in Mpumalanga province. Their families continue to fight for their bodies to be retrieved, and justice remains elusive as the mine owners and the government has failed to take this responsibility. How can we claim to respect human rights when the dignity of workers is disregarded and their families are left in pain and uncertainty?
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi. Your time has unfortunately now expired. Honorable Khachau.
House Chairperson, the concept of social justice speaks to the very lifeline of the Constitution of this Republic. It speaks to the hopes and aspirations of all Kokobetu, whose graves exist today because of their relentless pursuit of a rising sun that shines equally for all South Africans, united in our diversity. It speaks to the core of today's generation of young people's desire to experience this land and its economy as fruitfully theirs. It speaks to the very essence of President Ramaphosa's cabinet and this House's mandate to serve. The real question of today's debate is whether in the last 31 years, the South African government has managed to deliver social justice to its people. My answer is, it tried, but tripped on itself on its way to doing so, so no. There is nothing just and humane about living in a country where the ANC, a former liberation movement now turned our modern day oppressors, thinks it makes sense to tax South Africans rather than to grow their economy and give them jobs. Where pop-up political parties like Action SA are cruel enough to sell this country and its people to the most cheapest and useful bidders, the ANC, in exchange for one round of fame. There is nothing just and humane about a budget that seeks to further rob our people of opportunities to put food on the table for themselves and their families. See, living in a country where a majority of its people are unemployed and depend on a below basic grant to buy baby formula and school shoes, that the ANC wants to tax, where 6 out of 10 young people are unemployed, living in depression and forced into a life of substance abuse and prostitution for survival, is socially unjust and inhumane. See, to them it makes sense to make the cost of food, electricity, transport and basic living more expensive and more unbearable than it already is, instead of cutting the fat of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has become second nature to what characterizes the ANC style of governance: corrupt, ineffective and wasteful.
Order, Honourable Member. Honourable Khachau, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Member to my right, why do you want to be recognized?
I want to check if the speaker can take the question on when she bring it back.
No, thank you. I'll first inquire with her whether she is prepared to take the question. Honourable Khachau, are you prepared to take a question?
Certainly not from a political party
Please
that
proceed.
masters destroying the lives of South Africans.
House Chair.
Honourable House Chairperson,
Honourable
second
Khachau,
nature-
please pause again. Honourable Michalakis, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. My apologies for interrupting our member at the podium. There are members of the ANC holding up placards, and I just want your ruling on whether that is allowed and parliamentary. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Honourable members, previously in this very same debate, House Chair Majosi dealt with the matter. She ultimately, in the face of some discrepancies between the 9th edition of the rules and what seemingly was amended to Rule 64 thereafter, undertook to refer the whole matter to the Rules Committee again. So at this point, I'm not in a position to take it any further. But maybe for the sake of the decorum of the House, let's just all listen to speakers and let's conclude this debate in an orderly fashion. Honourable Khachau, please continue.
Instead of cutting the fat of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has become second nature to what characterizes the ANC style of government: corrupt, ineffective and wasteful. Of course, theirs is a commitment to nothing else but the pockets of cadres. Living in a country where a 39% political party is unintelligent and shameless to the extent of passing legislation that compromises any and all South Africans' right to own private property in the name of public good is the very antithesis of deepening a culture of social justice and human rights in this country. See, to them it makes sense to tell myself as a black young woman that should I, by God's grace, be able to have a shopping complex that has multiple franchises in it, that
Honourable
employs young...
Khachau, please pause for a moment to take your seat. Honourable Deputy Minister, why do you want to be recognized?
I want to check if honourable member wants to entertain a question from us.
Thank you. I'll check again. Honorable Gagau, are you prepared now to take a question?
I'll take questions from the media, Honorable
Thank you. I
Chairperson.
think Honorable Gagau has already...
By God's grace,
Honorable
ownership...
Gagau, just pause for a moment. Honorable members to my right, Honorable Gagau has already indicated twice now that she's not prepared to take a question. Please do not interrupt her further by inquiring. Thank you.
So should we just...
Honorable Gagau, please continue.
To them, it makes sense to tell myself as a black young woman that should I, by God's grace, own a shopping complex that has multiple franchises in it, that employs young people who would be able to feed their families and live dignified lives in my hometown, Welkom, in the Free State, that in the name of public good, the state that can take the land on which my establishment is built. If the state wakes up one day with the bright idea of wanting to turn my shopping complex into a government office, then in all their brightness, they can characterize their reason as public good, for it is good for the people to have a government office. If I dare say no to the taking away of my future children's inheritance at a compensation rate of the state's liking, no to the disruptions of the lives of hundreds of families who will lose a breadwinner in the name of public good, according to the ANC, it makes sense for it to be incumbent on me to seek the counsel of the court at my own cost. House Chairperson, any policy that seeks to undermine private property is a violation of South Africa's human right to private property as enshrined in Section 25 of this Constitution. The characterization of a sober reason to take away people's private property as people good opens up the door for politicians to arbitrarily deprive us,
Honorable
the people,
Gagau, please
of our property.
pause for a moment. Honorable Deputy Minister, why do you want to be recognized now?
No, Honorable Chair, I think Honorable Gagau is misleading the public about the land expropriation. Is she interested to take a question? Because you cannot continue to mislead people about land expropriation.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy
We will
Minister.
take the land.
Honorable Deputy Minister, that is an issue of debate. Previously in this debate, order, honorable members. Previously in this debate, others has argued strongly about land to the other point of the scale. Honorable Gagau's right to now argue her case must be protected. Honorable Gagau, please continue.
House Chair of Panyaza Lessufi, Jacob Zuma, Julius Malema, Gayton Mackenzie, Herman Mashaba, and...
Honorable Gagau, please take your seat. Honorable Skosana. Order. Honorable members, order. I want to listen to the point of order. Order. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Let me remind...
Order.
Chair, let me remind the Speaker that President Zuma is not in this House. He must talk to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That is a point of debate, although, Honorable Gagau, let me remind you of the rule that says that we are to refer to fellow members in a respectful manner. So therefore, when you refer to other members of this House, call them honorable or at least Mr., Mrs. or Doctor. I have a further point of order, so please stay put for now. Dr. Letlape.
Thank you, Chair. On Human Rights Day, it is a gross violation of Mrs. Gagau's human rights for her to be used as a scapegoat to present a position of white superiority.
Yeah, Honorable Letlape.
She needs to be protected.
Honorable Letlape, that is an abuse of the rules. That's not a point of order. I had a hand from the EFF. I can't, as you see, I wear glasses, Honourable Mtongweni, so I can't see up to there. Do you have a point of order? No, Honourable Member, don't abuse your hand to then raise a
Yes.
placard.
Thank you, House Chair. I was just quickly showing this, but anyway, nevertheless, blue lights are gone. Chair, I know the member may be very heartbroken for her colleagues, but she must not attempt to invite us to a debate. Can she concentrate on the human rights debate and stop name dropping our president and wanting to be famous by using the name?
Thank you. I've dealt with that matter even before you raised the point of order. Honourable members, we need to continue the debate. Unless you have a real and new point of order, I'm going to ask you to allow Honourable Gagau to continue. Honourable Gagau, you've been advised to debate within the rules. Honourable Gagau, I see another hand here to my left. Honourable member, why do you want to be recognised?
Okay. Honourable Chair, thank you, Speaker. We can't allow the House to insult our President in his absence and allow the member to actually cast aspersions that are unfounded. It's not parliamentary. Please call the Speaker to order.
Honourable member, that matter has been dealt with before. This is part of the debate. Honourable Gagau, please continue.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Chair, this side. Chair. Honourable Gagau, honourable members, order. Honourable member to my right, do you have a point of order, or are you continuing in the same vein of just trying to criticise the Speaker?
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. On a different matter, Chair, I wanted to check if it's parliamentary to vote together, and after a few minutes you
No, honourable member, you're raising on a frivolous point of order. You know better. Order. Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Chair. It's nice to finally be recognised. I want to know if it's parliamentary for a member to refer to another member as a scapegoat for white supremacy, which is firstly misleading, but secondly casts aspersions on her character. And I would like your ruling, if it's possible, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have ruled that was not a point of order. I take your point of order under advisement and come back. Honourable Gagau, please continue.
The horror of Herman Mashaba and anyone else who believes that state should have unvetted power over the individual.
Please, Honourable Gagau, please take a moment. Honourable member, I'm going to recognise you. It's now the third time you've interrupted the same speaker. And I must advise you, if this is not going to be within the rules, then I will look into treating this as a grossly disorderly. Do you want to proceed? Please proceed.
Chair, I want to check if the pseudo Gogo Maweni is able to take a question.
Honourable member, you've already asked that. She's already indicated she do not want to take a question. Any further intervention from your side, which is not in terms of the rules, I will deem as grossly disorderly and ask you to leave the House. Honourable Gagau, please continue.
The horror of Herman Mashaba and anyone else who believes that the state should have unvetted power over the individual, then we will have a doomsday, then even if we wake up to a DA majority.
Please take your seat. Honourable Reddy, why do you want to be recognised?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I moved from the front there to the back here, near to the Speaker, and I still find that my human rights is being violated because I cannot hear the Honorable Kakua. And I want to raise some points because she's obviously intimidating members here into hysteria. So please, we need to hear her. And we can't hear. We are really disadvantaged, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Reddy. I'll ask the technical
I'd like to
staff.
invite you to come and sit here and see if you can hear. You're welcome to come sit next to me.
Thank you. I take your point. I'll ask the technical staff to again look into the sound quality. Honourable Gagau, please continue.
Even if we wake up to a DA majority government with all our sobriety in government, as a matter of principle, no politician in democratic South Africa should ever have the same power as the apartheid government's power to forcefully remove any South African from their land unless it is done as an act of justice and the correction of injustices of pre-apartheid democratic laws. In conclusion, House Chair, the unthreatened ownership of private property accompanied by a title deed is not only socially just, but it is one
Honourable
of the
Gagau,
best
please
protections.
take your seat. I see a hand there to my right. Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognised?
I want to check, House Chair, if it's parliamentary for a member to come here and tell us about the removal of land. Was it parliamentary for black people to be removed?
Honourable Member, you are not raising a point of order. You're not intervening in terms of the rules. I'm going to mute you and allow the Honourable Gagau to continue. This is a frivolous point you are raising on.
It is one of the best protections of human dignity any state can give its people. This is a legacy a state president would want to leave behind. This, together with a pro-jobs and economic growth fiscal plan, is 100% pro the people. This, the Democratic Alliance advocates for.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Munyai.
House Chair, thank you very much indeed for the opportunity. But what I want to raise as a first point is that the facts are not contested, that the African National Congress has consistently championed the progressive policies that included the fundamental freedoms and human rights as enshrined in our democratic constitution and our Bill of Rights as we celebrate today. The Article 1 of the Universal Declaration boldly stated the following, open quote, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, close quote. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, reaffirmed the Universal Declaration when he said the following, open quote, the Bill of Rights enjoins the democratic state to enact various pieces of the legislation to promote human rights between and amongst the people, close quote. Honorable members, this is your national duty to enact or to formulate legislation. As the ANC, we underscore the fact that we fought and respected the rights of workers, and indeed we remain unashamedly biased to the working class and the poor majority of our people, whom the majority still remain trapped in the valley of despair, trapped in poverty. Only the African National Congress cannot forget the poor, the homeless, the jobless, the victims of crime, especially the gender-based violence and femicide, because we have a huge obligation on our shoulders to protect the rights of all South Africans. The facts are not contested that our understanding for international human rights should not be determined by our grasp of its antithesis. This is the mechanism for national operation and liberation. In the quest of unwavering commitment to build a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and more equal South Africa, otherwise referred in as a national democratic society. The facts are not contested that as the ANC, we resolve to broaden the intellectual horizon in the debate for the advancement of socio-economic rights through the dignified manner rather than the fabrication of truth and playing into the gallery and in the public discourse. Today, the character of some political parties were demonstrated to be anti-democratic, with obsession geared to liquidate and remove the ANC out of power, either by vote or through the court of law. A number of rhetoric speeches with no content were barely exposed themselves. It will be incorrect and inconsistency of the ANC to dignify the hogwash rhetoric with a response because it lacks human rights ideological substance. We underscore that the people of South Africa have confidence in the African National Congress because we are committed to redress the past racially discriminatory laws and practices rather than the backward rhetoric that fuel misinformation and the barrage of propaganda. The people of South Africa, in the upcoming 2026 local government election, don't vote for those parties that are opposed to a budget, to increase your social grant, to expand public infrastructure, to increase our export capacity, to give water and sanitation, to create employment and grow the economy. Today's past fiscal framework was a people's budget because it will be distributed amongst the people to address the people's infrastructure challenges, to create employment and grow the economy.
Please just pause for a moment and take your seat. Honorable Manye, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check if the member can take a question whether...
No, just hold your question until we first hear from him. Honorable Munyai, are you prepared to take a question?
That the budget is going to destroy...
Only a question with ideological content.
Honorable Munyai, please continue.
Honorable Chair, Honorable House Chair, the facts are not contested, Honorable
Munyai,
that beyond the question of human rights.
Please pause for another moment. Honorable Manye, why do you want to be recognized now?
I'm raising in terms of Rule 85.
Yes.
The member is casting aspersions.
Well, I've not heard any aspersions, but I'll look into it. Honorable Munyai, please continue.
The facts are not contested, Honorable Moore, that beyond the question of human rights we are privileged to debate today, ANC made fundamental strides to serve the people of South Africa without a public glory. For the past 30 years, the ANC has made a fundamental progress in building millions of houses. Going forward, we are concerned about building the quality of houses, a right enshrined within our Constitution. The facts are not contested that for the past 30 years, we built many schools and...
Just pause again. Honorable Sosana, why do you want to be recognized?
Rule 69, the honorable member is creating a serious disorder and disruption.
No, Honorable Skosana.
Yes. He's talking about elections.
Honorable Skosana.
Elections. And we're going to win those elections.
Yeah, Honorable Skosana, if you want to intervene, do so in terms of the rules. That is not an order that can be stained. You know better than that. Honorable Munyai, please continue.
The facts are not contested that for the past 30 years, we built many schools. Going forward, the people will receive the quality of education through the Bella Act, a right enshrined in